Chapter 23-21. Madanzo had escaped, but Lady Nan could not. She was still waiting for further instructions. She was now in a situation where Miss Maid was as steady as an old dog when she did not speak, but once Miss Maid gave a hint, she would act swiftly. Lady Nan, is there anything else? She had spoken, but what about the hint? Lady Nan, aren't you supposed to help decorate the fountain today? Miss Maid began to trim the flowers again. Yes, I'm on my way. Nan Xiaonan nodded. Miss Maid probably meant that she did not have to worry about this matter, but she did not leave immediately. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and said seriously, Yu, Miss Maid, I have something to ask you. Is that okay? It's about Metatron, right? Miss Maid did not look up and said directly, It told you that it's the Black Soul envoy, right? Nan Xiaonan nodded. So it can be or it can be. It can be or it can be. Miss Maid just left Dawn Manor with such an ambiguous answer. This directly made Lady Nan's attitude towards Madanzo even more subtle. But Miss Maid was obviously a perfectionist. Why did she give such an uncertain answer? Could it be that even she has not fully confirmed Madanzo's identity? Lady Nan could not help but have an inconceivable thought. This is impossible. Regardless of whether it was possible or not, she finally returned to the fountain in the square, intending to finish decorating the fountain. But Lady Nan, who had just returned, was dumbfounded at once. Asakes was still lying in the shade of the tree, while Isabel was eating snacks at an outdoor tea house nearby, looking at the scenery. Madanzo should have come back earlier, and it was indeed here, but it was just feeding the hooligan cats and dogs. Only Kay or Lily was working seriously. Nan Xiaonan suddenly felt that this group of teammates was difficult to manage, so she simply sat beside Isabel and ordered a drink. If it were you now, I might vote for you. Isabel put down the drink and looked at her with a faint smile. Nan Xiaonan said calmly, Teacher Isabel, what are you talking about? This child, Yulia, has always been perfect. I can't find any major flaws in her. Isabel said softly, She's the best in every aspect. She's never made me worry. It's as if excellence is her attribute. But I don't know when it started, but Yulia is no longer a name, but a standard. Lady Nan muttered, Is this a compliment? Isabel shook her head. Yulia was taught by me, and I put a lot of effort into her lessons. So who are you? I am Yulia. Nan Xiaonan smiled bitterly. Teacher Isabel, what's wrong with you? Isabel looked at her deeply. Then can you continue to look like this until you become the real Yulia? This woman who likes both men and women. Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, but she didn't say anything. When did she realize? At first? Or was it because of the increased contact? They sat there in silence, until Isabel took the initiative again. Is she okay? I'm fine. Lady Nan smiled slightly. At this time, a burst of noise broke the small atmosphere of the small conversation, only to see that there were people all around, and it seemed that the residents of the royal city were all heading in the same direction, to the main street of the royal city. What happened? Don't you know? It's the diplomatic mission of the early spring country. The diplomatic mission of the early spring country? But isn't the prince of the country of early spring already here? This time the diplomatic mission is to attend the wedding of the prince and the princess. Those who came are all the important people of the early spring country. The queen of the chilly winter country agreed to the prince's marriage proposal, but the condition was that the wedding must be held in the chilly winter royal city. This condition was sent to the early spring country as quickly as possible. Now, the arrival of the diplomatic mission of the early spring country obviously meant that they had agreed to this condition. The foreign affairs minister, who was in charge of receiving foreign guests, had already dressed up and waited. Soon, he welcomed the diplomatic mission of the early spring country to the guest house where the prince was staying. The standard was naturally the highest. Compared to this diplomatic mission, in addition to the dignitaries of the early spring country, there were also two very important people. They came as witnesses to the wedding, directly representing the king of the early spring country. His Royal Highness of the early spring country had been living in seclusion since he entered the chilly winter royal city. Even the Foreign Affairs Minister of Chilly Winter could only see him once or twice in several visits. It was said that the prince's health was not good since he was a child, and he needed to rest for no reason. This is a sick person. After the little princess marries him, will her married life be happy? The Foreign Affairs Minister thought worriedly at this time. The little princess was not only the child of the queen, but she was also the child of the entire chilly winter country. She came to this world with the blessing of the whole country, and everyone loved her from the bottom of their hearts. As the Foreign Affairs Minister, if it weren't for the tense relationship between the two countries, if it weren't for the gap between the natural barrier and the ice storm once in 100 years, he wouldn't even be willing to take charge of this diplomatic work. No one wanted to give away their own daughter, right? This is Sir Gamma, the chief magician of the early spring country, and also the teacher of His Royal Highness. The envoy of the diplomatic mission introduced the background of the two important people at this time. The other is Legion Commander Renina. These two here will represent His Majesty, the King of our country. The people who were introduced were all in their early 20s. They were quite young beauties, but their achievements were unusually astonishing. The Foreign Affairs Minister was startled. He could clearly sense the terrifying magic fluctuations in the body of the chief magician of the early spring country. The ice magic of the chilly winter country and the spring magic of the early spring country were two completely opposite forces, and the reaction between them was unusually sensitive. The magic of the Chief Gamma was so powerful that even compared to the chief of the chilly winter country, it was not to be outdone. No wonder he was able to ascend the throne of the chief magician of the early spring country at such a young age. As for the other young beauty, her expression was slightly gloomy and naturally emitted a feeling that made people feel a chill down their backs, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Although Renina did not have as powerful magic as Gamma, her magic capacity could not be underestimated. In addition, her whole body was filled with murderous intent. The early spring was different from the chilly winter. Because of the existence of the ice storm, there had never been any war in the chilly winter country. But the early spring was a country that was at war everywhere. Although the name of the early spring was gentle, the people of this country were not gentle at all. In comparison, the chilly winter was more like a younger brother. These two probably represented not only the king of the early spring, but also the military force of the early spring. Lady Gamma, Lady Renina, it is nice to meet you both. Aye, where is the prince? The Foreign Affairs Minister, who had planned to make friends with them, was instantly interrupted, and he was stunned with an awkward expression. And the person who planned to talk to him at this time was the cold and gloomy General Renina. His Royal Highness seems to be not feeling well, so he is still recuperating in the guest house. The Foreign Affairs Minister of the chilly winter country smiled and said, "You too will see when you go in. Also, I have arranged for tonight. Go in." The one who spoke was the other representative, the chief magician of the early spring country, Lady Gamma. She directly walked past the Foreign Affairs Minister at this time, not giving face at all. The Foreign Affairs Minister of the chilly winter country opened his mouth and looked at the two young women who were already standing at the top of the early spring country. He could not help but feel angry. "Lady, please don't blame us." The emissary of the diplomatic group hurried forward at this time and said with a wry smile, "These two are more direct masters, and they have never liked complicated things. Moreover, the positions of these two are somewhat different." The Foreign Affairs Minister could not help but feel moved at this time. Could it be that they are actually the emissary of the diplomatic group? Shook his head at this time. He walked closer and whispered to the Foreign Affairs Minister, "There are different voices about this wedding. However, I will try to make this wedding go smoothly." The Foreign Affairs Minister nodded knowingly. The attitude of the early spring towards the chilly winter country was quite contradictory. One side was in favor of war, and the other side was anti-war. This emissary of the diplomatic group was probably arranged by the anti-war faction. However, looking at the attitude of the chief magician and the general, I am afraid that the military force of the early spring country is in favor of war. Hopefully, the weak prince would be able to withstand the pressure from the two of them. The foreign affairs minister could not help but look at the guest house with worry. The ice and snow spirits were flying in the courtyard, but what they released was not coldness, but a burst of coolness. In this city of ice and snow, the courtyard exuded the breath of spring. It was the beginning of spring, and the prince was leaning against the door frame. He was only wearing a thin robe, and the butterfly had stopped at his fingertips. It had been a long time. At the entrance of the courtyard, the guard Kaz, who was wearing heavy armor, stood still like a mountain. In the room, the magician Gamma and the general of the army, Reina, were sitting on the ground at this time. They had been sitting for a long time. His Highness suddenly coughed twice. Gamma frowned directly. Your Highness, the environment of chilly winter is still too difficult for you. You'd better go back with me. His Highness smiled and said, In fact, I am used to it. When I first came, I had to wear 2 more clothes. Your Highness. The chief magician's voice sank. Please don't make trouble. His Highness said softly, Gamma, you have lost some weight. Are you okay? The chief magician's chest heaved up and down a few times, and he muttered, Not good. The general of the army, Reina, who was sitting on the side, suddenly said with a blank expression, These days when His Highness left, Gamma's people often got angry, and they often went to the barracks to find people to learn from. Recently it has become worse, and they have dismissed 3 cooks in succession. In addition, they also beat the noble young masters of King's City from top to bottom. Rainina! The chief magician's face was pale, and his voice was colder than the ice and snow in winter. Do you want to die? The general of the army said indifferently, I don't want to die. Similarly, I don't want my soldiers to come to me every day and cry. So the best solution is, Your Highness, when will you return home? You haven't accompanied me to fish for a long time. I will go back. His Highness thought for a while and said, With my wife. The chief magician and the general of the army looked at each other. Reina said calmly, Your Highness, the First Legion under my command has been assembled. I am confident that I can behead the Queen of Cold Winter within a day. Gamma also said expressionlessly, The magician brigade of the palace can blow up the capital in half a day. Without the ice and snow storm barrier, Cold Winter is just a little brother. His Highness smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I am here to marry. The chief magician said righteously, The shame of the early spring can only be repaid with the blood of Cold Winter. As the crown prince of the early spring, you can't forget this blood feud. The general of the army also nodded at the moment. Give me a day after flattening Cold Winter. You go back and accompany me to fish. Can you always think about fishing? The chief magician slapped the back of Reina's head directly. The general of the army said indifferently, Because fishing can sit in the arms of His Highness the Prince. What? The chief magician of the early spring suddenly stood up and said in disbelief and inexplicable annoyance, How come I didn't know there was such a thing? That's because this big-breasted but brainless girl only wears low-cut clothes at night to urge His Highness to study. Reina sneered. These 2 will probably last for a long time. His Highness, the Prince of the early spring, couldn't help but smile. In fact, their relationship was very good. After all, they grew up together. This was the person who was arranged to guard his road from the crown prince to the king. His Highness, the Prince, quietly walked into the courtyard. The ice and snow spirits were still flying around him. At the entrance of the courtyard, Kaz's imposing figure was still motionless. He didn't find it strange, and even didn't bother to pay attention to it. His Highness the Prince suddenly wrapped his clothes around his body and muttered to himself, I still feel a little cold. Will I see her again? That happened on the night when he first came to the cold winter kingdom. Here there came an assassin. Even Kaz, one of the strongest warriors in the kingdom, couldn't deal with the terrible assassin. She was dressed in black, but shone like the bright moon. From that moment on, His Highness the Prince couldn't forget that figure. The leaves fell, and His Highness the Prince couldn't help but cough a few times. The ice and snow spirits seemed to be frightened and directly scattered in the air in an instant. His Highness the Prince was slightly absent-minded, but he saw a reflection of a figure in the fish pond in the courtyard. He subconsciously looked over. On the other side of the fish pond, there was a man wearing a fox mask looking at him at this moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 23-22. The pond rippled because of the fallen leaves. Looking at the other side of the pond, His Royal Highness had a strange feeling. Although there was a fox mask, the other person's eyes seemed to be the same as his. His Royal Highness smiled and whispered, "Did you come here to see me?" There was no answer, only a stare. His Royal Highness did not seem to be reserved under this stare. He just pondered for a moment and then showed a look of realization. "That young lady said that I missed someone. I think it's you. She came here before?" His Royal Highness did not sound surprised. Hearing this, His Royal Highness simply nodded and looked very relaxed. "Not only did she come, but she also almost killed me." "Did she cause you any trouble?" His Royal Highness shook his head. "She is the Witch of Cold Winter, right? After all, I've already killed a prince in the early spring before me. You want to see her again, right?" It was as if the words could directly hit his heart. Accurate and accurate. He wanted to hear an answer from his own mouth. His Royal Highness of Early Spring could not help but ask curiously, "You seem to be a little unconfident." Wearing the fox mask, he just shook his head gently. "That's good." His Royal Highness could not help but show a look of doubt. He seemed to have met a kindred spirit, as if he was looking into a mirror. The man wearing the fox mask in front of him, did he really look like himself? Was it the appearance, the character, or something else? His Royal Highness smiled calmly, but his face was a little pale. He coughed softly and then slowly said, "It seems that you have found the answer. As long as you can care about her, watch her. Even if there is a blood feud between the two countries, you can still have this strange feeling." The man wearing the fox mask slowly walked over. He crossed the water as if he was walking on flat ground. He came in front of the prince, and the atmosphere began to quiet down. Then he seemed to be smiling, and that was a kind of relieved tone. "Then I think this should be my own intention." His Royal Highness's eyes were slightly startled. He seemed to be able to completely understand part of this mysterious man's thoughts in an instant, as if they were connected. "Are you not sure about this feeling?" "No, I've always been very sure and very clear," the fox-masked figure said indifferently, "but I'm rather special, so special that I have no choice but to start verifying some things." His Royal Highness slightly frowned, as if he was deep in thought. "Feelings for people? You could say that's part of it." The fox-masked man nodded. "Nice to meet you, Prince of Early Spring." His Royal Highness also smiled and said, "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Mysterious Man. I'm not mysterious." The fox-masked Seiji shook his head. "It's just that no matter what, you're unable to see who I am, but I can. This isn't fair to you. Maybe it's because I've already obtained too many things." The prince smiled casually and said, "What I have is already very unfair to most people. Therefore, on this basis, I won't have any complaints. Can I be your best man at your wedding?" he asked softly under the fox mask. His Royal Highness said thoughtfully, "So, will the bridesmaid be that young lady?" "Why do you think so?" he asked curiously. His Royal Highness smiled casually and said, "Because you're all the kind of people who will only be allowed to stand beside each other." He was silent for a while. His Royal Highness suddenly said, "Yes, although what I see may only be the bridesmaid's new clothes, it must be very beautiful. I also want to see it." "Thank you," he said in a low voice. At this time, he suddenly had an impulse to return to the manor to see her. He rarely had this impulse. What he wanted to tell her was, his love for her, even in the past, was also like this. It had nothing to do with the source. "Has anyone been here?" The voice of the chief magician suddenly woke up the prince, who was standing by the pool and fiddling with the fish in the pool. Gamma and Renina slowly walked out at this time. It seemed that they had stopped the endless mutual attacks. "It's a new friend." His Royal Highness raised his head and smiled slightly. "But I feel that it's someone I've known for a long time." That's the smile. The chief magician and legion commanders in early spring almost fell for this smile that could heal people's hearts, just like the little princess of chilly winter in the rumors. People all over the country liked this princess. In early spring, most girls couldn't resist such a sincere smile from His Royal Highness. Sure enough, no matter whether they could get this smile in the end, they didn't want to see it taken away from them from the bottom of their hearts. "Renina, let's destroy chilly winter." "Yes." Hey, you guys. That's it. The Queen of Chilly Winter was receiving the Foreign Affairs Minister, who had just returned in the study, listening to the other party's report on the reception of the diplomatic group of the Kingdom of Early Spring. The Foreign Affairs Minister glanced at the absent-minded Queen and then said, "Your Majesty, according to my speculation, the two main representatives of the diplomatic group are very likely to be the representatives of the opposition in early spring. Perhaps the two lords may secretly destroy this wedding. Should we make some preparations early, Your Majesty?" "Oh, then make some preparations." The Queen seemed to have just reacted and responded quite casually. The Foreign Affairs Minister said, "I'll send someone to closely monitor the movements of the hotel. In addition, I suggest that Her Royal Highness stay in the palace for these 2 days." "Will do as you say." Her Majesty nodded. The Foreign Affairs Minister couldn't help but have a strange expression. Even if the little princess was to be grounded, shouldn't the Queen do it herself? As a minister, what right did he have to do it? Is there anything else? The Queen of Chilly Winter suddenly asked. Not yet." The Foreign Affairs Minister immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead. "I'll leave first, Your Majesty." The Queen didn't ask him to stay. After the Foreign Affairs Minister left, she didn't even stay in the study. This study was used by that woman. As long as she stayed in the study, she would feel that she was being watched by that woman. The entire ice and snow palace made the Queen of Winter feel uneasy. It was as if she was the one who was imprisoned here. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn Lily. Damn Joan of Arc. The Book of Gaia was still in her hand, but at this time it didn't listen to her. It was as if it was completely broken. Everything couldn't develop as she expected. This feeling of being a marionette made the Queen of Chilly Winter extremely irritable. In that case, why did she wake up in the Holy Light Kingdom? I must think of a way. She subconsciously came to the dungeon of the Snow Palace. The guards of the dungeon knelt down one after another. The Queen ignored the crowd and walked straight past, but she suddenly stopped. "Who are you?" Her Majesty the Queen suddenly turned around and looked at one of the soldiers. "Your Majesty, my name is Stanley." The soldier lowered his head with awe in his voice. "Why are you here?" the Queen asked coldly. The soldier quickly replied, "The person on duty is sick, so I'm here to replace Your Majesty." The Queen of Chilly Winter looked at him suspiciously and didn't see anything. She said indifferently, "Do your job well. There's no need to replace the guards." "Understood." The Queen of Chilly Winter turned around and walked into the dungeon. The moment she turned around, the Queen's expression became gloomier. Damn Balaam! Arranging the guards to guard the dungeon should be Balaam's full-time job. However, Balaam had disappeared long ago. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find him. Since that woman appeared, everything was out of her control. Balaam's disappearance even made her suspect that it was that woman's doing. The Queen of Chilly Winter quickly walked into the depths of the dungeon. Most of the people imprisoned here were ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were basically the leaders of the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom. Basically, except for Balaam, the president of the City of Dawn. The mayor of the Free Cities were all here. However, the queen's footsteps didn't stop. She walked to the deepest part of the dungeon. This was the place where the archangel was placed. The archangel, St. John, was now an ice sculpture with a trace of anger. Looking at this ice sculpture, the anger and dissatisfaction in the Queen of Chilly Winter's heart almost dissipated by half. Suddenly, the queen took out a short sword and madly stabbed the archangel, who had turned into an ice sculpture. Her mouth kept releasing the hideous laughter of a torturer. St. John's ice sculpture was caused by the power of the Book of Gaia. Now that the Queen of Chilly Winter had temporarily lost control of the Book of Gaia, the ice sculpture couldn't be removed. Not only could it not be removed, but it also couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, there was only one purpose for this ice sculpture of the archangel, to be the Queen of Chilly Winter's punching bag. She felt that only by coming here and torturing the ice sculpture could she release her dissatisfaction. Without this method to release her pressure, the Queen of Chilly Winter would have broken down long ago. Joan of Arc. Damn it. Joan of Arc. I won't let you go. Ah. The Queen of Chilly Winter slowly breathed a sigh of relief until the refined short sword was no longer in shape. She threw the short sword aside. There was a small pile of similar things next to it. Her Majesty the Queen smiled and felt more refreshed. However, when she saw the unscathed ice sculpture, she snorted coldly. She had to leave this place before this feeling of frustration grew. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! The Queen's eyes became more and more gloomy, until she saw a pair of eyes that had completely lost their spirit. The Queen stopped in one of the cells. Inside, there was a figure of a young girl, curled up in the corner. The Queen of Chilly Winter couldn't help but frown. This young girl was captured by Lily. The Queen of Chilly Winter didn't know the intention of Lily to capture this girl, who looked like a broken doll. After the last time they met, she had completely lost contact with her family. She should be in the last page of the book. Did something happen? Remia. The Queen of Chilly Winter frowned. She felt that she needed to know this girl carefully. So, the door of the cell was opened for the first time. The Queen slowly walked to the front of the girl. The girl didn't move, like an empty shell, but gradually, the Queen of Chilly Winter narrowed her eyes. She thought of a good idea. Where's Mother? When the little princess walked in the ice and snow palace, the cold palace seemed to come alive in an instant. The cold air seemed to become cold, and people unknowingly became more energetic. This was different from the Queen, who made people feel cold. The Queen is dealing with official business, Princess. Oh, the little princess was a little disappointed. Then she thought for a while and said, I have something to discuss with my mother. Can I go to her room and wait for her? I'm afraid that's not possible. The maid smiled bitterly and said, Princess, the Queen ordered that no one is allowed to enter her room. I see. The little princess nodded and showed a sad but sensible smile. Then I'll come back later. Wait, Your Highness. The maid's heart was broken. How could there be such a strict and cruel mother? How long has it been since the Queen met the princess? How long has it been since the Queen had dinner with the princess? What's wrong? Princess, why don't you go in and wait? The maid seemed to have made some decisions, even if the Queen would blame her later. But others can't. But you're the princess, the daughter of the Queen. The maid pushed the little princess into the room. It's okay. Who knows? I might be able to give Her Majesty a surprise. That's true. The little princess giggled. She hadn't been to her mother's room for a long time. The little princess looked at everything in the room with curiosity. Since she was sensible, she had her own room. She heard that she was born in this room, but she didn't have any impression of this room. The little princess sat on the bed and swung her legs, waiting expectantly. She wanted to discuss with her mother about the bridesmaid at the wedding. She could only discuss with her mother about this kind of thing. What's that? Placed in the corner was a large object covered with a black cloth. Looking at the shape, it seemed to be a mirror. The little princess couldn't help but be curious about why a mirror was covered with a cloth. Subconsciously, she walked towards the mirror that was covered. But at this time, something alarmed her. She subconsciously turned around and saw that in the fireplace on the other side of the wall, something suddenly fell down. It was a white-bearded old man wearing red clothes and carrying a big bag. Chapter 23. Someone actually crawled out of the fireplace in Her Majesty's room. If it were someone else, they would definitely scream. But there was only the little princess here. She only felt curious. "Grandpa Nicholas, why are you here? It's not New Year yet." "I found you, little princess." The white-bearded old man who just got up calmed down and immediately said with surprise, "I really didn't go the wrong way. This is Mother's room." The little princess shook her head. "Her Majesty's?" Nicholas's expression suddenly changed slightly, and then he laughed bitterly. "I'm old and useless. I probably remembered the wrong way." With that, the white-bearded old man began to pat the dust on his body, and then opened the big bag behind him, looking for something. The little princess approached with curiosity. "Grandpa Nicholas, you're looking for me?" "Yes." The white-bearded old man nodded and said casually, "Isn't it your wedding day soon? So I plan to bring you this year's New Year's gift first." "Really?" The little princess grabbed Nicholas's arm in surprise and joy. "Grandpa is the best. I should be the one who should be grateful." Nicholas smiled faintly and said, "As long as you believe in my existence, when you grow up, I'll become more meaningful." The little princess giggled and said, "Only then, Grandpa, you come to see me every New Year's. You're the treasure of chilly winter." Nicholas said softly, "It's a pity that you're going to marry into the kingdom of early spring. I'm afraid I won't be able to give you a New Year's gift." "Why?" "The similarity between the two countries is different." Nicholas sighed and said, "I'm just a New Year's old man in chilly winter. I can't step into the kingdom of early spring." "I see, but it doesn't matter." Nicholas smiled again and said, "I've prepared the gifts for the future. There are 100 gifts here." The white-bearded old man stuffed the whole bag into the little princess's hands and told her that this was equivalent to the meeting for 100 New Years. "Oh, my little princess, don't cry. If you cry, the whole chilly winter will have an avalanche." The little princess nodded silently. She even smiled through her tears. "Grandpa, I will open a gift every New Year. Every New Year's Eve, I will stand where I can see the snow-capped peak and give you New Year's blessings. The elves on the road are all very cheerful." Nicholas smiled and said, "It's not just about you. It seems to have something to do with the prince in early spring as well. He is the same as you, a child blessed by the spirit of the atmosphere. Believe me, the whole world will bless you." I haven't seen your highness yet." The little princess lowered her head with a slightly red face. "Never seen it before." Nicholas was a little stunned. He scratched his messy hair, and his eyes suddenly swept across the room. Got it. There's a way for you to see it." With that, the red-clothed, white-bearded old man quickly walked to the mirror covered by a black cloth. "With this, you can see whoever you want." He lifted the black cloth, and a vertical oval mirror appeared in front of the little princess in an instant. "Grandpa Nicholas mirror? This is not an ordinary mirror." Nicholas smiled and said, "This is the mirror of Ladies, the legendary magic mirror." "Magic mirror?" The little princess was slightly absent-minded. She subconsciously said, "Why is there in Mother's room?" This was originally the first princess. Nicholas opened his mouth and muttered, "This is actually your sister's. After she left the palace, this mirror fell into the hands of Her Majesty the Queen." "Sisters?" Nicholas seemed unwilling to mention the dark history of the chilly winter kingdom. He changed the topic and said, "The mirror of Ladies is a magic mirror that can answer any question. As long as you walk in front of it and tell your question, you will know the answer. Don't you want to know what kind of person the prince in early spring is? Just use this magic mirror." The little princess hesitated. "But since Mother put it here and covered it with a cloth, that may be because she is afraid that others will abuse the power of the magic mirror." Nicholas thought for a while and said, "But you are different. You came to this world with the blessing of the elves. In this world, there is no power that can affect you." The little princess walked in front of the magic mirror doubtfully. This mirror was dark and could not even reflect anything. The little princess stood there, but she could not see anything. At this moment, the pitch-black surface of the mirror rippled like the surface of water, and an incomparably small blue bird slowly appeared. "Please tell me your question." I want to know what kind of person the prince of the kingdom of early spring is. Can I?" The little princess summoned her courage and asked under Nicholas' encouraging gaze. The blue bird did not respond, but the dark mirror moved. Its darkness seemed to be dispelled all of a sudden, revealing the blue sky and white clouds, and a young man with black hair and black eyes. "This is the prince of the kingdom of early spring." The little princess muttered to herself. She suddenly had a feeling that this prince was like someone she had seen before, a gentleman who appeared in her sister's manner. He even covered his eyes with his hand. She even touched his face. The little princess's face suddenly heated up, and her white neck flushed red. She subconsciously asked again, "Magic mirror, will the prince like me?" "The prince of early spring will like you." The magic mirror's voice slowly sounded. "He will like anyone who is pure. Just like you, your highness. You also like everyone." "Really?" The little princess could not help but show a look of yearning, but Nicholas could not help but frown. The magic mirror's answer required a lot of consideration, but basically the answer given by the magic mirror would not be wrong. Then will we live happily together in the future?" The little princess asked another question. This was probably a question that a girl of her age would want to ask. "You will be like the prince and princess in the fairy tale, and live happily together in the end." The magic mirror answered again. The little princess could not help but cover her face with both hands, appearing to be in a daze. She was loved by the people and was as pure as a piece of white paper. Living happily together seemed to be the limit of her imagination and endurance. The little princess's heart was beating fast. Then I still want to ask, "Princess, it's about time." Nicholas suddenly interrupted. He picked up the black cloth on the ground and covered the magic mirror directly. "Knowing this is enough. Please keep an unexpected surprise for your future." I couldn't hold it in. The little princess knocked on her head and stuck out her tongue. "Grandpa, you are right. This is really a magic mirror. Standing here, I feel like I have countless things to ask, and unknowingly, it's good that you know." Nicholas nodded. A person's desire for knowledge is unlimited, and this pair of sunglasses can satisfy this desire without limit. But while it satisfies this desire, it also stimulates this desire to expand infinitely. If you can't hold it in, you will easily lose yourself. The little princess nodded fearfully. Nicholas said, "Well, it's getting late. I have to leave here as soon as possible. This is the Queen's room." With that, the white-bearded old man quickly climbed into the fireplace and climbed up. The little princess had just taken 2 steps forward when Nicholas suddenly poked his head down. "Remember, don't use the magic mirror again. Also, don't tell anyone that I was here." "I know." Only then did Nicholas disappear into the fireplace. This time he really left. The little princess tied up the big bag with 100 gifts and secretly glanced at the mirror of Ladies that was covered with the black cloth again. She actually had a question to ask, a question that she was very concerned about. The little princess was pure, but this did not mean that she was not naughty like now. Ask me one more question, and I will go back. She lifted the black cloth again. Please tell me your question. Magic mirror, can you tell me? The little princess took a deep breath. My sister Huang really betrayed Lin Dong, killed her fiancé, and caused the death of my father? The magic mirror's voice was emotionless. You, her highness, did kill her fiancé, and this incident caused your father's condition to worsen, and he finally passed away. Liar! How could my sister? The little princess shook her head fiercely. Sister is such a gentle person. I don't believe that she would do so many cruel things. I am the mirror of Lady Is, the magic mirror that gives the correct answer. I am not lying to you. If you think that I am lying to you, it is because the question you asked may have already lied to you. What does this mean? The little princess was startled and was about to finish speaking. It means that your question itself may be wrong. The answer was not the magic mirror's voice. It was a voice that the little princess had never heard before. It came from behind her. The little princess turned around subconsciously. She saw two figures in black robes silently appear behind her. The little princess could not help but jump in fright. She felt very strong magic power from these two people, especially one of them. The strength of his magic power was something she had never seen before in her life. Before the little princess could say anything, the one with the weaker magic power suddenly appeared behind her. The little princess only felt a wave of dizziness, and her vision turned black. Seeing that the little princess was about to fall to the ground, the one with the weaker magic power suddenly reached out and supported the little princess. Are you that kind? The guy with the stronger magic power suddenly said. Unknowingly, the guy with the weaker magic power shook his head. This princess has a special power. Humph. At such a young age, the guy with the stronger magic power said indifferently. This way, we can't let her marry His Highness. Now, the guy with the weaker magic power asked indifferently. The guy with the stronger magic power said, of course we should go back. As long as the Princess of Chilly Winter disappears, the marriage will naturally be cancelled. It's best if we can find a reason to start a war. The guy with the weaker magic power suddenly said, we can't let Her Highness know. Let's go. The guy with the stronger magic power nodded. Before leaving, he suddenly looked at the black mirror. This seems to be the legendary mirror of Lady Is. Pack it up too. The guy with the weaker magic power was silent for a moment and finally agreed. He said directly, I'll use it first. The princess is in my room? In front of the door, the Queen of Chilly Winter's expression changed slightly. A chill began to spread in the corridor. The maid guarding the door didn't notice the sudden chill and just shivered. Her Highness said that she has something to discuss with you. Your Majesty, you forgot what I said. The Queen of Chilly Winter took a deep breath. She pushed open the door of the room and walked straight in. Behind her, the maid guarding the door had turned into a crystal statue. However, the Queen of Chilly Winter did not see the little princess in the room. Not only did the little princess disappear, but even the magic mirror she put in the room disappeared at this time. On the ground, there was only a big bag full of stuff. The Queen of Chilly Winter frowned instantly and walked to the big bag. She saw a note under the bag at this time. If you want Snow White back, come alone at midnight tonight. Remember, you can only come alone. On the back of the note there was an address. Snow White was kidnapped. The Queen of Chilly Winter's face was livid. She had raised this daughter for more than 10 years, but she had no feelings for her. But Snow White was very important to her. This was the way she could get the pages of the Chilly Winter world. The Queen firmly believed that as long as she could complete the Book of Gaia, then she would be able to activate the power of the Book of Gaia again to deal with that hateful woman. Who is it? The Queen muttered, This may be an opportunity. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on the Queen of Chilly Winter's face. She waved her hand directly, and a dove condensed of ice and snow appeared out of thin air and flew out of the window. The direction was Dawn Manor. After releasing the ice and snow dove, the Queen of Chilly Winter paced back and forth in the room. She needed to deal with this matter more carefully. She needed to be as safe as possible. However, before the plan that had suddenly appeared in her mind could be completed, a black-clothed blonde woman had already appeared behind her. She had come. It was faster than he had imagined. She really cares about Snow White's existence. The Queen of Chilly Winter sneered at this time, but she did not show it on her face. She just frowned and said coldly, "Sorry, Snow White was kidnapped." "In that case, I have no use for you." The blonde woman in black. Miss Maid said indifferently at this time, "Sure enough, Morrigan, a worthless person like you should be directly melted down." The Queen of Chilly Winter couldn't help but shudder. She missed one thing. That was the woman in front of him. It wasn't the first time that he had killed her. End of this chapter. Chapter 23-24. The black butterflies that brought death fluttered in the air, and the snow elves in the atmosphere moved away. The Queen of Winter shuddered. Was she afraid of not dying? As a Celtic god who was in charge of death, she was never afraid of death. Until, as a god, she didn't know when her life and death was controlled by others. Her soul was cast into the kingdom of holy light and was reborn. She loved new life more than ever. She also learned to be afraid of death. Like an ordinary person who encountered death, the Queen of Winter's face was extremely pale at this time. Snow was kidnapped. The other party asked me to go alone. A voice that sounded like a scream rang out. The black butterflies stopped at the tip of her nose and gently trembled their wings. The Queen of Winter didn't dare to breathe. A drop of cold sweat quietly slid down, and the fluttering of the black butterfly's wings seemed to slow down. Whoosh! However, the wings that seemed to be about to stop burned directly at this time. Miss Maid's light voice sounded at the same time. "Morrigan, haven't you become smarter?" The Queen of Winter's face changed slightly. "The Book of Gaia. I can tell you how to use it. Although you took it away, you don't know how to use it." The book could not be used as long as it was in the hand. If Lilith did not teach her how to use it, she might not be able to find the corresponding opening method even if she was given 10 years. With her knowledge as the god of death in the divine system, she still needed at least 10 years. She did not believe that this woman could completely understand the Book of Gaia in just a few days after taking it away. She couldn't defeat Morrigan, and the book was taken away. Without the Book of Gaia, she couldn't escape. It was like being maliciously played by fate. "You will know sooner or later," Miss Maid said indifferently. "For me, this is not a very urgent matter." So, more butterflies landed on the Queen of Winter's body. "I can help you deal with Lily," the Queen of Winter said in horror. "I can help you kill her. She doesn't know this yet." Miss Maid said expressionlessly, "These butterflies will become your grave. After all, you used to be a god. I'll let you die with dignity. You have already destroyed the Celtic pantheon." The Queen of Winter seemed to have broken down in an instant. She screamed ferociously, "You still have to kill me again." Miss Maid didn't speak, but more and more butterflies appeared, gradually covering the Queen of Winter. "Let's die together." The Queen of Winter suddenly laughed wildly, and a terrifying ice magic burst out from her body. The black butterflies were all frozen into ice and fell from her body. Miss Maid looked at him expressionlessly. "I am the Queen of Winter, the most powerful man in this country." "Her Majesty the Queen shouted, snow spirits in the atmosphere. Crawl under my feet. Are you going to recite the spell again?" The servant girl asked suddenly. These words made the Winter Queen, who had been brewing her anger for a long time, pause. The momentum that she had gathered with great difficulty suddenly weakened. "Why do you Celtic people like to recite spells so much?" Miss Maid said slowly, "It seems to be called inherent enchantment." "What do you know?" The Queen of Winter shouted coldly. Miss Maid sighed and shook her head. Actually, in the time it takes to recite the spell, I can already kill you 100 times. Like this. The frozen butterflies on the ground were instantly revived. The black flame directly vaporized the ice crystals on their bodies and once again stopped on the Queen of Winter. The blazing black flames caused the Winter Queen to let out a mournful shriek. You can't kill me. I'm Snow White's mother. If I die, her grief will freeze this country. You can't get the pages of this world. You can't. However, the burning black flame burst out in an instant and even poured directly into the Queen of Winter's mouth, directly burning her body. How should I say? Miss Maid walked slowly. Actually, from the moment you chose this identity to enter this world, your fate has already been decided. Morrigan, you should be glad that it was me who did it. Do you know what you've done? The Queen of Winter was only left with a pair of bloodshot eyes, which were filled with endless fear and despair. This little princess, even I will be a little jealous. Miss Maid smiled slightly. You know, I've never regretted destroying the Celtic gods. After all, I was indeed the executioner of the kingdom of heaven. As for you, if you didn't appear again, I wouldn't even think of. You're dispensable. The Queen of Winter's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened. She thought she would die with everlasting regret. Finally, the black butterfly completely swallowed her. Butterfly burial. They slowly dispersed and then slowly dissipated in the atmosphere. In the end, the Queen of Winter was only left with a ball of soul. The soul slowly floated to Miss Maid's palm. At this time, a flagpole emerged from the ground, exuding an ominous aura. 10,000. Miss Maid sent the soul in her hand into the flagpole. When it was completely unfolded, the souls of 10,000 gods would roar. The flagpole sank silently. Miss Maid stood still for a moment and then suddenly said, You can come in, Lady Nan. A gray mist slowly floated into the room at this time and then turned into Lady Nan's body. Lady Nan stood carefully at this time. Damn it! I've seen this servant girl tear people apart last time. This time, it seems to be more terrible. 10,000. 10,000 god souls? What was he trying to do? Do you have any orders? Sister Nan couldn't help but use honorifics subconsciously. Lady Nan, there's a job that suits you very well. Miss Maid smiled slightly. Are you interested in playing the role of the Queen of Winter? She almost couldn't help but curse out loud. You have to be elegant. In the inn of the Winter Kingdom. In the early spring, the prince was reading a book about the strange objects of the Winter Kingdom. He seemed to be fascinated by it, and unknowingly the sun had set. Your Highness, it's time to eat. The prince rubbed his eyebrows and put down the book. He looked up and saw a strong man covered in iron armor walking in with a plate of food. Are you the only one, Cats? The prince asked softly. What's the problem? I've always brought you food, haven't I? Cats said with a buzzing voice. Because of the helmet, his expression couldn't be seen. Usually there's no problem. The prince smiled and said, But since Gamma and Renina are here, then there's a problem. Have they gone out? I don't know. Cats shook his head. His Royal Highness just smiled at the tall and strong man in iron armor. Well, Cats lowered his head and said, They did go out, but I really don't know where they went. How long has it been? The prince thought for a while and said, Most of the day. His Highness muttered to himself for a while. He suddenly looked in the direction of the courtyard, only to see a few fist-sized balls of light flickering like fireflies flying out from the flowers, grass, and trees in the courtyard. They slowly floated to his side. Do you know where they went? The prince asked in a low voice. Cats looked at this scene and didn't find it strange. The prince in the early spring was the one who was favored by the elves. He could communicate with all the elves in the atmosphere and then obtain information. As long as it was something the elves in the atmosphere knew, the prince could also know it. At this time, after the prince and the elves talked, he showed a bitter smile. Katz asked directly, "Your Highness, is there a problem?" The prince looked helpless and said, "It should be a big problem. Get ready, I'm going out." The moon was bright and the stars were shining. There was no snowstorm in the winter, and the stars were shining. The starlight dotted the surface of the black magic mirror as if it was a mysterious starry sky. In a windmill not far from the king's city, two people in black cloaks were squatting in front of the magic mirror. They were competing to be the first to ask the magic mirror. So, neither of them succeeded in asking the question. The little princess woke up a long time ago. She was tied to a pillar and was curiously looking at the two people in black cloaks. She felt that they were very interesting. She could tell that they were two women. "It's very late. Can I go home?" The little princess looked up at the sky and said, "If I go back too late, Mother will be worried about me." The two people in black cloaks were stunned. They were too serious in fighting for the right to ask the magic mirror. When did the little princess wake up? They didn't even care. "Go back? Who said you can go back?" The black cloak with strong magic power sneered. "When we took you away, we didn't even think about letting you leave. Don't be naive, but I really can't go home too late." The little princess seemed to be anxious. "How about this? I'll come here tomorrow to accompany you." The black cloak with strong magic power was speechless. This princess, did she not understand the situation? Then a scene that shocked her happened. The rope that tied the little princess suddenly loosened. After the little princess was freed, she smiled and said to the air, "Thank you." Legend has it that the little princess of winter is also someone who is favored by the spirit of the atmosphere. It seems. The black cloak with weaker magic power said in a low voice, someone like Her Highness, that I really have to go home. The little princess lifted her skirt and bowed slowly. "But don't worry, I will come here tomorrow." The two black cloaks looked at each other. The black cloak with stronger magic power shuddered and grabbed the little princess's arm. "You can't go yet." "Gamma." At this moment, the black cloak with weaker magic power suddenly screamed. At the same time, the door of the windmill exploded. A cold current poured into the windmill and instantly froze the ground. At the same time, an icicle was shot directly towards the black-robed Gamma, who had a strong magic power. Bang! The magic barrier collided with the icicles and exploded into countless ice dust. Gamma took 2 steps back, and her robe and hat were even hit with a large number of holes by the shattered ice. At the entrance of the windmill, 2 figures slowly walked in. "Mother!" At this time, the little princess cried out in surprise, and then cried out again in surprise, and "Sister!" She hurriedly ran to the door and quickly came to the side of the Queen of Cold Winter. She blinked her eyes and looked at her curiously. "Are you okay?" The Winter Queen asked with concern. "Did these 2 people hurt you?" The little princess shook her head and said suspiciously, "Mother, you seem to be a little different. I'm too worried about you." The Winter Queen sighed slowly. "Let's not talk about this first. After dealing with this matter, we'll talk about it when we go back. You stand behind." The little princess nodded obediently, then quickly walked behind the Winter Queen and looked at her sister curiously. The appearance of Big Sister and Empress Mother together really surprised her. At this moment, as expected of the Winter Queen, at this time the chief magician simply lifted his black robe and revealed a cold smile. "However, I remember that only you were allowed to come here. You are Miss Gamma?" The Winter Queen couldn't help but show a look of surprise, but more of a strange expression. "Oh." The chief mage of early spring smiled slightly and said, "It turns out that even the Winter Queen knows my name. This will be my honor. I don't only know your name, I also know that you are actually F***CK. What's going on?" Queen of Chilly Winter subconsciously glanced at the maid beside her, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at the valiant chief, Mage Gamma, in early spring. What kind of ill-fated relationship did these two ladies have to meet each other in this damn place? The last time these two confronted each other, if the boss didn't make a move in time, wouldn't Kelowna of Child World number 3 be blown up in the end? Gamma. So, your name is Gamma. The maid narrowed her eyes at this time. It's really not a good name. The Winter Queen's expression changed instantly. The maid came up with a sharp tongue. How much hatred did she have? Gamma chuckled. I'm sorry, my name is not good and pollutes your ears. However, it's also because you tarnished my sight first. Let's call it a draw. The maid said indifferently, sure enough, no matter where it is, it makes people. Forget it. After all, I came here tonight, and I didn't want to be reasonable. Gamma sneered. Tell me your name. I won't bully the nameless people. Please rest assured. The maid chuckled. I'll let you remember me with every inch of your body. Boom! The powerful magic power was released in Gamma's body, forming a bright golden flame. She said directly, Lay Nina, I'll leave the Winter Queen to you. This woman really makes me inexplicably angry. Oh, the maid stretched out her hand, and a flagpole with an ominous aura instantly emerged from the ground. She held it in her hand. The Winter Queen took in a deep breath. F***CK, isn't this the last resort? How can she use it just like that? I'm afraid it's another life and death friendship. Behind her, the little princess blinked her eyes. Meow, 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 my sister is so cool. Child World number 003, Pet Hospital. Kelowna Shinryu, who was fighting with all her strength in the game, suddenly shivered, the kind that came from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. Kelowna Shinryu shivered subconsciously at this time, opened the curtain, and looked at the burning sun. Strange. It's so hot? Chapter 23-25. The ground suddenly cracked, and the imitation collapsed in an instant. A figure directly crashed into the ground at this time, shoveling out a terrible pit. Gamma spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some meat dregs, and applied to climb up solemnly. She didn't mean to underestimate the enemy, and she didn't even plan to show mercy from the beginning. The eyes of the proud woman made Gamma inexplicably angry. Even so, in the case of going all out, it was just one blow. It's like a different dimension. Gamma's vision was even a little blurry. In the blurry vision, the figure of the proud woman was close, and the flag that had not been unfolded was pointing at herself. Miss Gamma, are you only at this level? What do you mean, only at this level? She's already the chief magician in the early spring, okay? Gamma took a deep breath and spat out another mouthful of blood. He sneered and said, It seems that you are very keen on taunting me. Although I don't know why, I can imagine that there must be something in me that is bothering you. Miss Maid said calmly, In fact, I don't hate you. You don't hate it. The standard is really high. Gamma stood there with great difficulty. The palm of his hand covered the ribs. At least 3 ribs had been broken. Miss Maid said to herself, I don't hate you because there will be a little possibility of infinitely close to 0 on you. No matter if it's you or anyone else. As long as it can make my master more sentimental, it's always good. Miss Gamma couldn't help frowning. She suddenly couldn't understand. Is there something wrong with this strong and terrible guy's brain? So, even if it's just a little bit, the possibility is infinitely close to 0. Miss Maid heaved a sigh of relief. Please become more outstanding. You still lack something. You. Are you talking to me? Gamma opened his mouth. If it wasn't for the sharp pain in his body, he almost thought he was dreaming. Remember, if you don't wash up for a day, you can't be forgiven. The war flag seemed to turn into a whip, and with a terrible speed, it hit Miss Gamma directly. She screamed, feeling as if her soul was trembling, and she almost rose to heaven. You have to stand properly, and you have to sit properly. You shouldn't be drunk, and you shouldn't use drunkenness as an excuse to commit murder. With another whip, his skin and flesh were torn apart. Miss Gamma had already sucked in a cold breath and half stepped into the coffin. Do you remember Miss Long? Miss Gamma moved painfully and painfully, turning her body over. She was still lying down, but her eyes were blank. Who the hell is this Miss Long? You cough, cough, cough. Did you mistake me for someone else? Cough. Let's take it that way. Miss Maid heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it's impossible for me to guide her personally. Although I'm looking forward to this almost impossible possibility from a woman's point of view. You're really a hindrance, Miss Long. I am Gamma, not you. Gamma was so angry that his face turned blue. My apologies. Miss Maid sighed again and waved the long battle flag. Well, do you remember it, Miss Long? I'm not. Ah. Do you remember this time, Miss Long? You mother asterisk her. Ah. Do you remember? Haven't you remembered yet? Your comprehension is really disappointing. The screams were endless. Even in the distance, you could hear it clearly at this time. It was the kind of scream that you knew how painful it was. The Queen of Cold Winter had pulled the little princess early and covered the little princess's ears with her hands. This is clearly a one-sided blood abuse, okay? Why is it like this? They seem to come here this time to rescue the kidnapped little princess? Is she the Witch of Cold Winter? The voice came from not far away. It was Lay Nina's voice. The Queen of Cold Winter frowned. In addition to Gamma, there was another guy who participated in the kidnapping of the little princess. Although Miss Maid was abusing Gamma, it was also because Miss Maid herself was so powerful that people were desperate. The Queen of Cold Winter, Lady Nin, felt that she was at most at an ordinary level, but she dared not despise anyone. But since she had already contracted the role of the Queen of Cold Winter, she naturally had to do her best. The Queen of Cold Winter said indifferently, Why? Are you going to make a move? There's no need for that. Lay Nina shook her head. Even if I defeat you as the Queen of Cold Winter, I can't leave here. The power of the Witch of Cold Winter is beyond imagination. This time, we can only be a little careless. Winter Queen sneered. A single careless mistake can cost a life. She didn't want to take Gamma's life. Lay Nina said indifferently. Otherwise, she won't use such a tone. I'm just curious. The snowstorm should have just stopped not long ago. Why does this Witch of Cold Winter seem to have a lot of conflicts with Gamma? How do I King explain it to you? Do I have to tell you that this Gamma is likely to have a reincarnation and snatch a man from the witch you said? The Queen of Cold Winter chose not to answer. If she said it, the person who was whipped now was definitely herself. Seeing that there was no answer, Lay Nina didn't continue to ask. Her figure flashed and quickly attacked Miss Maid with an exaggerated speed. The black robe took off in the air. Lay Nina was petite and used 2 short swords. She held one hand backward and the other hand forward. Her body rotated and the short sword slashed at Miss Maid. Just a casual wave of the battle flag in Miss Maid's hand forced the commander of Early Spring to step back. Lay Nina's arms trembled and her palms almost lost feeling, but she stood firmly in front of Gamma. Your Highness, the Witch of Cold Winter, I'm sorry to meet you in this way for the first time. Miss Maid put away the battle flag and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Let's call it a day. After all, I don't want to destroy the rare opportunity between Early Spring and Cold Winter to repair the relationship again. Lay Nina glanced at Gamma at this time. Gamma was like a toy that had been played with, constantly muttering to herself. Remember, remember! Lay Nina was shocked. She couldn't do a detailed examination at this time, so she didn't know to what extent Gamma's spirit was destroyed. This Witch of Cold Winter was really terrible. She took a deep breath. I understand. The wedding between His Royal Highness and Princess of Cold Winter will go on smoothly as scheduled. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Maid said with a smile. Lay Nina said seriously, The wedding can continue, but the other thing can't stop. The shame of the past can only be washed with blood. After all, You killed the last crown prince of early spring. Miss Maid said indifferently, What I need is for this wedding to be complete. For me, the so-called country of early spring means that I don't need to welcome tomorrow morning. What an impressive confidence. Lady Nina took a deep breath. Then, all the more reason I can't back down. Miss Maid shook her head and said, Miss Lady Nina, please go back. I don't intend to hurt you. You can take Miss Gamma away. It's a pity that I'm the commander of the kingdom. Lady Nina also shook her head and said, Otherwise, I naturally have a reason to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a rush of figures approaching from afar. Miss Maid glanced at it casually and saw a well-equipped cavalry of 200 to 300 people. At this time, they were rushing toward her aggressively. You don't think that only 2 of us are here to take away Her Royal Highness of Coldwinter, right? Lady Nina said seriously. Originally, they were prepared for the Queen of Coldwinter. But at this moment, the charging cavalry suddenly changed direction and rushed directly to the position of the Queen of Coldwinter and the little princess. Lady Nina was stunned and subconsciously looked. After seeing the leader of the cavalry, a familiar figure, she couldn't help but change her expression slightly. His Royal Highness? The leader of this cavalry unit was surprisingly the Prince of Early Spring. Your Majesty, I'm sorry for what happened tonight. The Prince of Early Spring dismounted at this time and walked quickly to the Queen of Coldwinter. Don't come over. The Queen of Coldwinter suddenly shivered and waved her hand. Gamma is still lying on the ground. How dare she let the prince get close to her? What if the air that the prince exhaled was accidentally inhaled by her, and the air that she exhaled was accidentally inhaled by the prince? Wouldn't it be worse than physical contact? Miss Maid was standing next to her. Even a dog's head couldn't save her life. Your Royal Highness. Lady Nina rushed over at this time and even held Gamma together. Not far away, Miss Maid walked back slowly with no expression. The Prince of Early Spring couldn't help but smile bitterly. I was careless. I didn't expect the opposition to be so tough. Gamma, how are you? The physical injury is still a small matter, but the mental injury... Lady Nina shook her head. The prince approached and directly held Gamma's palm. There was a faint light that began to spread from his body and passed through the palm to Gamma's body. After a while, the faint light that covered Gamma's body began to repair her injuries and even began to calm Gamma's chaotic mind at this time. The air became a lot warmer in an instant. The ice and snow elves in the atmosphere began to swim, and the spring elves made a pleasant laughter. The Queen of Coldwinter couldn't help but be startled at this time. She clearly saw Miss Maid frown imperceptibly. There was nothing wrong with the prince's treatment, but would it make Gamma die more miserably? So beautiful. At this time, the little princess suddenly made a sound of surprise. Everyone looked at her, but she didn't care. There seemed to be stars shining in her eyes. She approached the prince, stretched out her palm, and gently moved in the air. It's the first time I've seen this kind of elf. The little princess held something in her hands at this time. She was very careful and curious. They are spring elves. The prince whispered, They like you very much. These are the elves I brought back from the beginning of spring. If you like them, you can keep them by your side. Ah, the little princess whispered. She had asked the magic mirror about it. The magic mirror's words rang in her ears, causing her heart to beat wildly. Are you really going to give it to me? No, I won't. The prince shook his head and said, They don't belong to anyone. They just like you, so they will stay. This is just a suggestion. That's true. The little princess nodded. Then she rolled her eyes and said, In that case, I'll also have my friends stay by your side. They seem to also like you very much. After saying those words, the little princess clasped her hands together. Then she slowly opened her palms. A fluorescent light flickered in the places where her palms were opened. This child has always been following me. I also hope that it will like you and stay by your side. Thank you. The prince and the princess seemed to be the same kind of people. As long as the two stood together, there was a kind of harmony of life. It was the blend of winter and early spring. The Queen of Cold Winter rubbed her titanium dog eyes at this time and couldn't help but complain in her heart. So, this binding incident finally turned into a blind date? Aren't you afraid that Miss Maid— Huh, where is Miss Maid? The Queen of Cold Winter subconsciously looked for Miss Maid, but at this time she couldn't find her. She had quietly left. 7 bearded dwarfs were lying on the table neatly, and their eyes moved uniformly, looking at the figure who was busy in the kitchen. A man, and a very good-looking one at that. A man wearing a fox mask. Who was this person again? When did he come again? Why was he here again? Guys, it's almost done. Can you help to clean up the table? The man with the fox mask suddenly said, Oh, okay. The bearded dwarf boss quickly raised his hand and said. Then the 7 bearded dwarfs lined up in a row, put their hands on each other's shoulders, and quickly walked out of the kitchen. As soon as the bearded dwarfs stepped out, Miss Maid appeared outside the door. She didn't walk in, but stood silently outside the door. The light illuminated half of her, and the night swallowed the other half. Boss Luo looked at her. Don't you want to come in? Miss Maid whispered, I lost my composure tonight. Boss Luo wiped his palms, turned his eyes, and smiled. He picked up a small plate and walked to Miss Maid. She looked at him motionlessly. He only focused on placing the small plate on top of her head. Then he let go of his hands, and the small plate remained motionless on top of her head. No. Boss Luo smiled and said, You see, it's fine. Miss Maid said seriously, Master, I'll stand like this until dawn. It's already dawn. Boss Luo chuckled. On the horizon, there was a ray of dawn, dispersing the night directly, making her whole body in the morning light. The table is cleaned up, we can eat dinner. Hey, boss, why is it dawn? Have we been cleaning up all night? It seems not. I'm so hungry. End of this chapter. Chapter 23-26. When she came back to her senses, Nan Xiaonan was already sitting on the throne of the Snow Palace. She still looked like the Queen of Winter. But how did she come back? And when did the sky turn into morning? She didn't know. She even had a feeling that her body was being taken over. Moreover, it didn't seem to be a day or two ago. Your Majesty, Your Majesty? She wasn't the only one in the palace. There were many officials of the kingdom. The one who was shouting seemed to be the Foreign Affairs Minister of Winter. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now. Can you say it again? The Queen of Winter said casually. Her Majesty had absolute authority. Even if she didn't listen at all, the officials wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied, let alone being distracted for a while. It's like this, Your Majesty. The Foreign Affairs Minister had to say again. About the wedding list. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice sounded in the palace. But the Queen of Winter was once again in a daze. She was thinking about another thing. How did the kidnapping incident end up being solved? It was as if someone had pressed the fast-forward button on this part and directly skipped over it. So be it. At least I know what happened. If I didn't have some emergency ability, I wouldn't know what kind of joke I would make if I suddenly sat on the throne and had a meeting with the officials. So, as the Queen of Winter, what should I do? What's wrong with Her Majesty today? She seems to be in a good mood. Indeed, Her Majesty directly approved the suggestions of several officials without any discussion. This made the officials who had been preparing for the suggestion for a long time at a loss. Maybe it's because the princess is about to get married. After all, no matter what, it's a happy thing. That's right, but I didn't expect this suggestion to be approved. It's really— Everyone's eyes suddenly gathered on a noble minister who was shivering and doubting his life. It was this noble who had just proposed in the hall that the whole country should wear a uniform on the wedding day. It was best to use the costumes of winter's traditional festival, the Song of Early Winter. This noble minister only wanted to show that he wasn't a parasite of the kingdom. So he followed the other people's suggestion. He just casually suggested it and never thought that it would be accepted. How would I know that Her Majesty would even approve such a suggestion? He was so anxious that he was about to cry. Who can help me? A group of ministers immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet, sighing, "Do you think the government's decree is a joke? What Her Majesty has already agreed to. Other than doing it well, what else can you do? You should think about how to persuade the people." In the fountain square of the royal city, a group of soldiers walked in unison. Sakes and the others who were setting up around the square couldn't help but frown. Madanzo was deep in thought. Nan Xiaonan had been missing since last night. The most important thing was that it didn't have the memory of an entire night. It felt like the sky had turned cold with a baiu sound. The most important thing was that it hadn't slept well. When it woke up, it felt very sleepy. Who is Sakes, Isabel, Madanzo, and Kay or Lily? At this time, a person walked out from the group of soldiers and asked loudly. Sakes and the others looked at each other, but no one stood out. "You guys come here." The head of the soldiers suddenly took out some portraits. "It's you guys, come here," he said to ask them to come over, but the group of soldiers had already surrounded them aggressively. Mr. Sakes frowned and subconsciously glanced at Isabel. "Let's see the situation first. There are too many uncertainties in this magic world." Isabel suggested conservatively. Madanzo walked to the head of the soldiers and asked curiously, "Excuse me, did we do something wrong?" "Someone wants to see you," the head of the soldiers said indifferently. Madanzo asked, "Can we know who it is?" "You'll know when you get there." They didn't expect that this group of soldiers would directly send them to the Winter Palace and arrange for them to stay in a rather luxurious suite. "Is it the princess we met the other day?" Sakes suddenly thought of this possibility. The only person he knew in this palace was probably the little princess of the kingdom that he had met once. No need to think about it. She's here. Madanzo shook her head and looked directly at the door. She had already sensed who was coming in. Hey. Hello, everyone. Yulia? Sure enough, seeing Yulia coming in, Madanzo directly rolled her eyes. "Miss Yulia, you were also brought here by the soldiers?" Kay or Lily's eyes widened at this time. "They didn't do anything to you, right?" "I asked the soldiers to bring you here." Yulia smiled at this time. "Everyone, I found a new job for you, so you don't have to be exposed to the sun in the fountain square anymore." "What is it this time?" Obviously, Isabel didn't rejoice too early. Exposure to the sun. In this terrible winter weather, even if one was baked under the sun, one's body would feel cold. Serving dishes at the wedding banquet of the early spring prince and the chilly winter princess. Yulia said at this time with a smile, "This is a job that can earn a lot of tips." Obviously, Isabel didn't believe this nonsense, but frowned and said, "How did you call the palace soldiers?" "You may not believe it. Yulia, at this time, exultant. I felt a little bored last night, so I wanted to go out for a walk. I didn't expect that I would have to help an old granny who fell on the ground. That old granny stuck to me and insisted on thanking me. Then she brought me to the palace." "Old granny?" Mr. Sakes couldn't help but frown. "Yes. After I entered the palace, I learned that this old granny was the most senior in the palace. This old granny saw that I was pitiful, so she asked me if I wanted a high-paying job. After a while, I also introduced you to her. Yulia, at this time, blinked its big shining eyes at this time. "We can still live in the palace, but it's just a servant's room." As it said this, Yulia clapped its hands, and immediately several young maids walked in directly with the waiters' uniforms. "Everyone be more active. Before the wedding banquet, there's a short pre-job training. The wedding time has been fixed." Madanzo suddenly asked. "It's fixed." Yulia nodded. "Tomorrow night." So soon? Madanzo couldn't help but be startled. It remembered that there was still a week from the beginning of the work of the mine to the wedding day. Had the time on the page been accelerated? Before it could ask, Asakes and the others had already been pushed by a group of maids to change their clothes and participate in the pre-job training. When only it and Yulia were left, Madanzo asked curiously, "So, what exactly are you doing?" "Yulia!" S-figure began to transform into the Winter Queen. "Morrigan?" Madanzo narrowed her eyes. "Morrigan is dead." The Queen of Winter shook her head, and it's the kind that doesn't even leave a trace. She has offended the maid. Madanzo shook her head. That guy from the Celtic divine system has never been very smart. So, you're directly replacing the role of the Queen? This is also Miss Ye's intention. Queen of Winter. Nan Xiaonan smiled bitterly at this time. I can't let the little princess do both the wedding and the funeral, right? Okay. Madanzo shrugged. If these were all arranged by Joan of Arc, then it really had no objection. After all, it couldn't beat her. The bigger the fist, the better the reason. This was the reality of the world. This time I summoned you to the palace. On the one hand, I don't want you to worry about my whereabouts. And on the other hand, it's more convenient to watch over them. Nan Xiaonan smiled bitterly. After all, you should also know the background of Asakes and Isabel. Although Yi doesn't mean to admit it, I can't pretend that I don't know. What if one day Yi suddenly softens her heart? The Joan of Arc, I know, never knows how to write the word soft-hearted. Madanzo put her hands together. Anyway, you actually want me to help you watch these guys, right? In short, there will be no danger in the palace. As long as they don't run around and let the wedding pass safely, we can leave this page world. So simple? Madanzo couldn't help but be startled. Joan of Arc told you this? In the Winter Kingdom, there was no danger. The entire Winter Kingdom was filled with a kind of auspicious atmosphere. They came from the page world one by one, and they were all very dangerous. At this time, they were a little at a loss. So simple. Nan Xiaonan was also a little absent-minded at this time. She muttered to herself. But before we arrived, Ms. Yi had already arranged everything. Madanzo didn't say anything. It was just that its journey had been rather difficult, and unknowingly, it had developed a self-centered mindset. It thought of itself as the only protagonist, but in the world of frigid winter, there was almost nothing for it to do. When it suddenly woke up, it felt a sense of dislocation. Nan Xiaonan, this world of winter may be a relatively early time period. It suddenly said, Huh. Madanzo thought for a while and said, In the world of Di, Qingtian, Kaz, and the others are already dead. Here they are still alive. And strangely, according to past experience, the male and female protagonists in Book of Gaia are very close, but here, Nan Xiaonan smiled bitterly and said, I don't understand either. I secretly asked. The king of the kingdom of early spring is not Califar. There is no Cicero here, let alone Prince Desolate and Princess Angelique. The world evolved from the pages of Book of Gaia is full of bitterness and hatred. But here in winter, it is too peaceful and beautiful. Tomorrow night there should be an answer. Madanzo muttered, Maybe everything looks good, but it is just the beginning. The primordial disappeared in the end, and the ending is already destined. Nan Xiaonan didn't say anything. Ever since she became a black soul, her impulse to find the primordial had almost disappeared. This feeling disappeared, and it directly led to a change in her thinking. She began to think that it was not worth it for the beings of the void dimension to search for the primordial tirelessly. Even if they didn't search for the primordial, as immortal beings of the void dimension, as long as they were willing, all of them could live well. She shook her head and walked to Madanzo. With one hand on her waist, she stretched out the other hand and poked Madanzo's head. What are you thinking about? You are just a side character now, do you understand? Colorful salutes bloomed in the sky. The Winter King's city was very lively today, and there was ceremonial music playing everywhere in the city. King's palace, the little princess's bedroom. The maids were dressing up the little princess who was about to get married. There was no need for any makeup, just a simple hairstyle, because the little princess was a unique beauty and her youth was invincible. Her Royal Highness usually likes to talk. Why did she become so quiet today? The maids asked with a smile. They treated the little princess as their own little sister, and their daily interactions were almost like that of a family, very casual. The little princess said with a bitter face, "The granny who teaches etiquette said that today is the most important day, so I must be dignified. Every step of the way has to be taken in 2 steps. So tiring. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Also, this dress is so tight that I can't breathe, but I can only squeeze out a little bit. So angry." "Her Royal Highness, you still have room to grow," the maid said with a smile. "In a few years you won't need to squeeze and can squeeze." "I'm going to die." The little princess's face suddenly turned red like an apple. "There is still some time. Let us secretly get you some food." The maid smiled and said, "The bride can't eat on the wedding day. This rule is too inhumane. You are the best." The maids left the bedroom with a smile. Although the little princess said that she didn't care after the maids left, she still walked to the mirror and fiddled with it. After a while, there was a knock on the door, but it wasn't the maids who had just left, but a new face. "You are." The little princess looked at the other person in surprise, not to mention the maids in the palace. Even if it was the residents of the Winter Royal City, she could name them. She had never seen this maid before. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness. My name is Remia." The maid smiled at this time. "Dawn Manor recommended me. Today is the first time I work." "Dawn Manor? Oh, it's my sister's." The little princess blinked. "Hello." "Remia, nice to meet you. What is this?" "This is food for you." The maid approached and lifted the cloth on the tray. There was a bright red apple here. "Just right. I'm starving." The little princess didn't think much, directly picked up the apple, and took a bite gently. This chapter ends. Chapter 23-27. Winter Royal City, Guest House. Gamma and Renina were carefully tidying up His Royal Highness attire, and their faces were black all the way. Especially Miss Gamma, who had a hopeless expression. She said that she had fallen out of love today and felt rather bad. "Renina, how many wives can a man in the kingdom of early spring take?" The chief mage suddenly asked. "1." Miss Gamma muttered, "You say if we launch a coup, is the success rate high?" "Basically, it will fail." Miss Gamma was like a deflated balloon, and the whole person squatted in the corner in a daze. She was not in a good state these days, probably because of the psychological shadow of the witch of the cold winter. Renina shook his head, knowing what his colleague was thinking. With the existence of the winter witch, this wedding probably could not be ruined. Then, only by solving the problem at the source. Since there was no position, then create one. Just to create one more position. There would be the idea of launching coup. Renina was still shocked. This woman was really savage. "I think, in fact, when His Royal Highness marriage changes, it will be more hopeful." Renina said indifferently, "In addition, after His Royal Highness marriage changes, I have already reserved the first substitute." "When did this happen?" Miss Gamma's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had missed 100 years. I said, "I'm still here." His Royal Highness could not help but show a bitter smile. He gently knocked on the table. "Well, I'll do the rest myself. You guys go and change clothes. I've already asked someone to prepare new formal attire for you. This is an order." "Good." The two of them walked out of the room dejectedly. His Royal Highness shook his head. He looked at the time and felt that something was missing. That day, the man who wore a fox mask and claimed to be the best man of the day had not appeared until now. In fact, he had only appeared once. It was as if it was just a joke. "Shed will appear." His Royal Highness muttered to himself. His gaze suddenly fell on the corner of the room. There was a mirror covered by a black cloth. This was the magic mirror that was dug out from the collapsed mill after the kidnapping incident. According to legend, it was the magic mirror that could answer any question. The magic mirror had been moved into the prince's room for a long time, but it had never been opened. In the past few days, Gamma and Leonina had tried various methods to get close to this magic mirror. However, since the prince was here, they naturally couldn't succeed. His Highness the Prince suddenly coughed twice. While muttering to himself, he had already arrived before the magic mirror. Then he lifted the black cloth. There was no reflection on the pitch-black surface of the mirror. However, a small blue bird slowly appeared. "Please tell me your question." His Royal Highness was silent for a long time before he smiled and said, "Is the weather good today?" "Today will be a glorious day." The magic mirror quickly gave the answer. "Then I look forward to it." The prince nodded and covered the magic mirror again with the black cloth. "I can answer all your questions." The magic mirror's voice rang out again, as if it was making a final effort to not be covered. "There is no need to restrain yourself. If you want to know something, then bravely say it out loud." His Royal Highness the Prince stopped and looked at the magic mirror. "Any questions? Any questions?" The magic mirror proudly said. His Royal Highness the Prince thought for a moment and said, "If I knew that I was going to die tomorrow, how would I feel?" The small blue bird's mirror spirit instantly stopped moving. The black mirror began to boil like boiling water. Even the frame of the mirror was trembling slightly. "You will be sad." After a long while, the magic mirror's voice rang out again. However, this time it sounded more like a probing question. "Why would I be sad?" His Royal Highness the Prince asked curiously. "Because you know that you're going to die, so you will feel sad." The magic mirror's voice calmed down. "But what if I don't feel sad?" His Royal Highness the Prince shook his head. "No, you will definitely feel sad. No one would not feel sad about their own death. You are not me. How would you know?" "I am the omnipotent magic mirror." "Of course I know. You can know the future." His Royal Highness the Prince suddenly asked. "Of course. I am the omnipotent magic mirror. Do you know when you will be broken?" His Royal Highness the Prince asked with a smile, "What is the exact time?" The magic mirror began to boil again. After a long while, the magic mirror spirit's voice rang out again. "I am the magic mirror that will not be destroyed. I will not be broken. Then I will break you now." After saying that, His Royal Highness the Prince casually picked up a cup. "Tell me, will I really break you?" The pitch-black mirror started to roll again, and the shaking became even more intense. This time, the mirror spirit didn't speak for a long time. In the end, His Royal Highness the Prince slowly put down the cup and said softly, "So, you are not omnipotent, at least you cannot change my actions, right?" Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the pitch-black mirror. His Royal Highness the Prince stretched out his hand to wipe it. The moment his finger touched the crack expanded instantly. The pitch-black mirror was instantly shattered. A faint blue light slowly flew out of the sunglasses and finally landed on His Royal Highness the Prince's shoulder. It was the mirror spirit of the magic mirror, Blue Bird. "Thank you, Prince of Early Spring. You let me walk out of the evil curse," Blue Bird said in a low voice. "You are an elf." His Royal Highness the Prince was surprised. "How did you get sealed in the mirror?" "It is the curse of the god of darkness, Gulala." Blue Bird flapped its wings and slowly flew out. "Prince of Early Spring, you cannot marry the Princess of Cold Winter, because she is the incarnation of the god of darkness, Gulala. She will bring endless darkness and coldness to the land." His Royal Highness the Prince was silent for a while. "There is still some time before we go out. Tell me about it." "Royal Palace, Princess Bedroom." "Your Royal Highness, we are back." Your Royal Highness? They pushed open the bedroom door with some fresh pastries and fruits in their hands. After the maids entered, they saw Her Royal Highness the Princess sitting on the ground, lying motionless at the end of the bed. She didn't respond to their calls. The maids were shocked. Your Royal Highness. They hurriedly ran to Her Royal Highness' side as if their souls had left their bodies. They even nervously swallowed their saliva and extended their trembling hands. Then Her Royal Highness opened her eyes in a daze. What happened to you? She rubbed her eyes and even yawned slightly. The maids heaved a sigh of relief. Your Royal Highness, why did you fall asleep sitting on the ground? Too tired. Her Royal Highness shook her head and said, After eating Remia's apple, I felt sleepy. Unknowingly, where is Remia? Who is Remia? One of the maids asked curiously. She is new. Strange, where is she? Her Royal Highness blinked in confusion. She was still here. Maybe she had something to do and left. The maids looked at each other in confusion. Your Royal Highness, what are you wearing on your chest? The maid asked curiously. It is so beautiful. Her Royal Highness was wearing a dark golden gem brooch. Strange, when did I get one? But it is so beautiful. Wear it if it is. The maids nodded and said, Your Royal Highness, it is getting late. Let's prepare the rest of the things. His Royal Highness, in early spring, should be on his way to the palace at this time. We have to prepare the clothes for the song of early winter. Her Royal Highness nodded with a slightly red face and muttered, I don't know what Mother was thinking. She actually thought of this idea, really. Your Majesty, your dress is ready. The maids carefully walked into the Queen of Winter's bedroom at this time. The Queen's power was too great, and the people who served her had to be afraid of her. However, Her Royal Highness seemed to be much easier to get along with. Oh, is that so? Let me see. The Queen of Winter nodded casually. Finally, this day had come. She was secretly happy. As long as this wedding was completed, she probably didn't have to wear the Queen's disguise. Meeting every day, it was very annoying. The maids quickly presented the gown to her. The Queen of Winter couldn't wait to open the brocade box. Then she blinked and shivered. She picked up the dress from the brocade box with both hands. A rope was wrapped around it, and there was only a palm-sized black ice silk cloth in the middle. What is this? Replying to your Majesty, this is your dress. The maid said with a trembling voice, This was made by the best tailor in the capital overnight. It was made with ice lotus shreds, the most intimate material. You call this thing a dress? The Queen of Winter instantly felt like she was struck by lightning. Isn't this ding that what? Yes. The maid nodded. Isn't this the decree issued by your Royal Highness to unify the traditional costume of the Song of Early Winter? This bikini two-piece suit is only worn by your Royal Highness, and it uses the least amount of cloth. The Queen of Winter's legs went soft, and she sat directly on the chair. She swallowed and asked, Who can tell me what this Song of Early Winter traditional festival is? It's a traditional winter sport. In early winter, it's a race to cross the ice river. The Queen of Winter took a deep breath. She quickly ran to the window, opened the window, and looked out. She saw that there was a long line outside the palace. They were all the guests who were waiting to enter the palace to attend the banquet. Looking at a large group of women in swimsuits who could still play tricks, as well as a large group of guests wearing beach pants and beach shoes and swimming rings, the Winter Queen almost blacked out. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm really finished this time. The Queen of Winter wailed. Is there any secret escape tunnel in our palace? It seems like there isn't one. Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. What's wrong with you? Not good. Her Royal Highness fainted. Someone come. Deep in the palace, although it was the day of the national celebration, the soldiers stationed here didn't dare to leave because Her Royal Highness had ordered that as long as she didn't give the order, the soldiers couldn't leave. The soldiers didn't leave, but they weren't guarding either. The soldiers at the checkpoints were lying on the ground at this time. In the depths of the huge dungeon, there was only a walking figure at this time. The soldier, Stanley. He walked through the dungeon and finally came to the cell with many ice sculptures. Stanley looked at the ice sculptures in the cell, and his face changed slightly. These are the managers of the 7 capitals. From the expression of these ice sculptures, one could see how frightened they were when they were frozen. Stanley pried open the door lock with his sword and walked to the ice sculptures. His face became more and more solemn. He silently counted the number of ice sculptures and the corresponding identity. Finally, with a trace of fear, he walked out of the cell. He continued to go deeper. This wasn't the deepest place. Strange. Why is the cell open? The cell was open, and one could see at a glance that it was empty. Stanley frowned and went deeper with more caution. In the innermost cell, he saw another ice sculpture. The moment he saw the ice sculpture, the solemn expression on Stanley's face disappeared and was replaced by anger and fear. St. John. He couldn't believe what he saw, but the truth was right in front of him. In this dungeon, everything he encountered was no longer a situation he could handle. Stanley took a deep breath and quickly turned around. He knew he had to leave this place as soon as possible. When he turned around, a figure appeared in front of him. Stanley was taken aback. He instinctively stepped back and even drew his sword. Who is it? In front of him was a man wearing a fox mask. Do you know who is inside? The man in the fox mask suddenly asked. Stanley's heart trembled and he subconsciously said, I don't know. The man in the fox mask suddenly said, Do you still wear your shoes? Stanley's face changed slightly. He seemed to be more nervous than the previous question. What shoes? I don't know what you are talking about. I'm talking about Cinderella's crystal shoes. The man in the fox mask smiled and said, That pair of shoes with magic. Aren't you wearing them, Miss Assman? How did you know? The long sword in Stanley's hand fell to the floor, and his face was full of fear. This is what I left in your clothing store. The man in the fox mask whispered, Miss Assman, have you forgotten me? It's you. She cried out in shock. She saw a faint light appear, and the soldier, Stanley, had turned into a beautiful woman wearing a pair of crystal shoes. A beautiful woman with a pale face. The tailor of the clothing store in Freedom City, Miss Assman. Chapter 23-28. The crystal shoes emitted a beautiful light. No matter where they were, they would be eye-catching. Miss Assman was not as nervous as she was at the beginning. Perhaps it was because she knew that the person in front of her was the owner of the crystal shoes. I have a feeling that as long as I keep wearing this pair of shoes, one day I will see you again. She said slowly, Now my feeling has come true. Do you know that it was all because of this pair of shoes that I survived so many difficulties? How can I thank you, my savior? Her attitude was sincere and fervent, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Fox Mask. Boss Luo said casually, I think, even without this pair of shoes, Miss Assman can still escape. No. Miss Assman shook her head. You don't know how a weak woman like me survived in the God-blessed city, facing a world that has lost all morals and laws. Boss Luo smiled. Indeed, a woman can not only survive, but also reorganize the underground order of the God-blessed city in the next 10 years. Miss Assman, your efforts must be more precious than your talent. I have a feeling. She suddenly walked in front of Boss Luo. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Her voice was soft like a lover's whisper. You can bring me out of here, right? Boss Luo smiled. No matter what answer I give, Miss Assman will still attack me, right? How can that be? She looked at him in shock. Miss Assman, do you still remember these? Boss Luo opened his palm. In his palm, there were 2 pieces of jewelry. If Nan Xiaonan was here, she would immediately recognize the origin of these two pieces of jewelry. These two pieces of jewelry were given to Kay Lily and Madanzo by Miss Assman, who was once the owner of the dungeon, Ellen. There was also her own pair of earrings, which were used for the vampire selection. However, Nan Xiaonan's earrings had been transformed into a key to open the door to another world by Griffith, who had fallen into Fairmont. In the previous world, the lie came true. Miss Assman's eyes flickered and showed a trace of doubt. Are these also props like the crystal shoes? Not as magical as the crystal shoes. Boss Luo said indifferently, these two pieces of jewelry are just ordinary jewelry, but there is something hidden inside. Under Miss Assman's flickering eyes, Boss Luo closed his palm. When he opened it again, the jewelry in his palm was shattered. Only two small, black button-like things were left. Bud, Boss Luo said indifferently. Moreover, it was created with the myriad element. Miss Assman, you are more familiar with the model. As for the origin of this bug, it should be from Freedom City. I don't quite understand. It doesn't matter. Boss Luo shook his head. The remaining things in his palm were also shattered at this time. As I said, the effort you put in will definitely be more precious than your talent. So, no matter what you did in the previous page world, whether it was for yourself or as a spy for the Pope, I have no reason to criticize a lady who bravely wants to survive. Miss Assman suddenly fell silent. She stared at the fox mask in front of her. Fox, is it as cunning as a fox? What else do you know? She asked coldly. Boss Luo said, we should have met even earlier. I'm talking about when we were in Donnermy Village. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She quickly retreated and directly put on a convenient punch posture. Let me guess. Boss Luo said, you're not a follower of the president of the City of Dawn. That's for sure. After all, although Lilith vaguely knows about what happened in Donnermy Village, she shouldn't have the means to intervene. You are also not Michael's people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to escape from Donnermy Village. Miss Assman couldn't help but frown. Who is Michael? Boss Luo said casually, don't worry about it. Just treat it as my name for St. John. St. John doesn't have a name like me. Miss Assman's frown deepened. She had a strange feeling towards the name. Mir. It was as if it was very familiar, but also extremely unfamiliar. In her memory, it was even more so. There wasn't before, but there is now, Boss Luo said indifferently. He didn't intend to explain the reason. When Michael tried to use Jacques d'Arc's yearning, and all the hatred and despair stripped from St. Joan's execution to create a new saint, Boss Luo felt offended and directly erased Michael's existence temporarily. Then his cognition was automatically corrected. Everything that Michael had done was temporarily replaced by St. John. It was equivalent to temporarily overlapping Michael and St. John. As for Michael, after being stripped of his existence, he was the most ordinary person. Then he was met with misfortune and almost died in the hands of the president of the City of Dawn Balam. In the depths of the dungeon, Miss Assman was still fully alert. I'm very curious. What kind of background do you have to make St. John lose his composure when he first met you in Donnermy Village? Boss Luo smiled slightly and said, I'm also very curious about who Miss Assman is working for. The Archangel turned a blind eye to everything that happened in Donnermy Village in the painting. In the end, she even wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and hid the whole thing. But the first to carry out this plan was you guys. We just hope that the City of Freedom can have a real saint, Miss Assman said seriously. Miss Assman said seriously, it's the original saint, not the fake Lilith. She's not worthy. It wasn't just Lily who was unworthy. In Boss Luo's opinion, no one in this world had such qualifications. Miss Assman, are you a believer of the Saint of Freedom? No. Miss Assman shook her head. I'm not a believer of anyone. I only believe in one thing, and that is order. If I have to be a believer of anyone, then I must be a believer of order. Boss Luo was deep in thought. You are actually the same as Morrigan, right? At this time, she suddenly said, including Calvin, you are all reborn from the outer gods. Why do you think so? Boss Luo asked curiously. Only this can explain why the Archangel almost lost her composure when she saw you in Donnermy village. You must be a powerful outer god. To the Holy Light Kingdom, I am indeed an outsider. Are you interested in joining us? Miss Assman's eyes suddenly showed a hint of fanaticism. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, because you still don't know what the real us is. Boss Luo said, What is it? Miss Assman said seriously, The kingdom of heaven spreads its faith in countless worlds. The spread of its faith also means that a large number of different faiths are destroyed and countless gods fall. In the kingdom of holy light, there is more than one outer god, Morrigan, and more than one Calvin. There is also more than one outer god. After so many years, is it true that only Morrigan and Calvin have awakened? You are the outer god organization. Boss Luo blinked. There was no need to guess. Even if Miss Maid had raised him into a cripple, he would still be like him. More or less. Miss Assman nodded. How is it? You have been reborn from the fall of the holy light. Don't you feel lonely? Perhaps, among us, there are former companions of yours. You have a lot of people, Boss Luo said after thinking for a while. Miss Assman smiled proudly and said, We exist within the 7 capitals. We observe everything in secret, and at the same time we do our best to find every outer god that is born. We do our best to protect them from being discovered by Tianming. Just observe? Boss Luo said indifferently. Observe for what? I'm sorry, I can only tell you after you have truly joined us. Miss Assman shook her head at this moment. I said, you don't have to rush to refuse, but you also don't have to rush to agree. Use your eyes to feel it. Boss Luo suddenly chuckled and said, In that case, the Holy Light Kingdom, the Kingdom of Heaven, really has a lot of mess. Purely from the perspective of management, it can be said that it is not well managed. If the Holy Light Kingdom continued to be tossed about for a long time, it might be difficult to continue. Not to mention the distant future. Even the following, rent, might become a problem. The shop was a place to do business. Although Boss Luo's main god's world was difficult to defeat, it could not withstand his recent reckless spending. For example, the conversation with the previous shop manager in the long river of time, or depriving Michael of his existence. These were not simple things that could be compared to simply fulfilling an ordinary person's wish. Any changes that involved the powerful life in the dimensional void were extremely costly. The time of his existence. Management. Miss Assman frowned. She felt that this analogy was inappropriate, but she did not say anything. Since it was the rebirth of an outer god, there would be some strange behaviors and opinions. This guy wearing a fox mask was easy to communicate with. Miss Assman, regarding your suggestion, I will consider it carefully. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, If possible, can you arrange for me to meet the person behind you? I can't make the decision. Miss Assman smiled bitterly. What's more, I have cut off all contact with the outside world here, so I can't promise you. You just need to return to the free cities, right? Boss Luo asked directly. I can only promise you that I will try my best to fight for you. Miss Assman took a deep breath. Because it is very noble and its identity can't be exposed casually. You have a way to help me leave this damn place. Then, please send my regards to the person behind you. Wait, she only felt that she was suddenly spinning, and her consciousness seemed to be thrown into a roller. The light and shadow in front of her overlapped, and the sound gradually became noisy. The feeling of crowding arose spontaneously, and the air was mixed with all kinds of turbid smells. Miss Assman looked up, subconsciously. She was on a street full of people. And at this moment, the people on the street were nervously staring at something, the venue of the Holy Maiden's ceremony. I'm really back? An unreal feeling made Miss Assman subconsciously clench her fists until a heavy feeling rose in her heart. She heard a familiar voice calling her. Yes, this familiar voice was enough to prove everything. She was really back to the free cities. Why is the Good Friday resurrection ceremony still going on? Miss Assman was shocked. Who is hosting it? Winter, the palace of ice and snow. The best doctors in the kingdom walked into Her Majesty's bedroom. Her Majesty the Queen had fainted for unknown reasons, and she hadn't woken up yet. This was a national emergency, especially when the wedding between Her Royal Highness and the Prince of the Kingdom of Early Spring was about to take place at this critical juncture. Everything that could be thought of had been tried, but the doctors couldn't do anything. The ministers of the kingdom were like ants on a hot pan. This news hadn't spread yet, and the news of Her Majesty the Queen's coma was blocked, but it wouldn't be blocked for long. The soldiers reported that the Prince of Early Spring had just entered the palace. Everyone, please think of a solution. Doctors, you are the best doctors in the kingdom. Don't you have any solution? An old man wearing beach shorts that exposed his ribs said with a grave expression, Sirs, I'm afraid that Her Majesty isn't sick. I suspect that Her Majesty has been cursed by an evil curse. Curse? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. That's right. The old doctor took a deep breath and said, I've only seen such symptoms in an ancient book. I'm afraid that it's the curse of the god of darkness, Gulala. Is there a way to save her? The old doctor muttered, If it's really the curse of the god of darkness, Gulala, I'm afraid that there's only one way to wake Her Majesty up. But no matter how difficult it is. The ministers said in unison. The old doctor said, Spring is the day when all things come back to life. It said that the royal family of Early Spring has the power to break the curse of the god of darkness, Gulala. As long as the royal family of Early Spring gives Her Majesty the kiss of true love, Her Majesty the Queen should be able to wake up. It's recorded in the book. But where can we find the royal family of Early Spring? A minister said bitterly and then patted his head. The prince. This isn't good. The Prince of Early Spring is going to marry the princess? If Her Majesty can't wake up this wedding, I'm afraid that Winter will become a laughing stock. Everyone, think of a solution. Well, if there's really no solution. Chapter 23-29. In Her Majesty's bedroom, the Queen of Cold Winter didn't know about the discussion between the nobles, ministers, and doctors outside, and the discussion seemed to have reached a unified consensus. She was just thinking about when the maids standing by the bed could leave. She had been lying for too long, and her back was itchy, and she wanted to scratch it. She wouldn't wake up even if she was beaten to death. What a joke! If she really wore those 2 ropes and palm-sized cloth to attend, she was afraid that it was not something that could be solved at the Black Soul Messenger Commendation Conference. Now the whole palace was full of swimsuit Patty, and she felt that she was in danger. Just lie like this. I feel that I can lie down until the end of time. In order to make the coma more realistic, the Queen of Cold Winter even directly sealed all her senses, making herself look like she had a sudden strange disease or was cursed. But her back was really itchy. His Royal Highness, in Early Spring, when he entered the palace, in fact, before leaving the inn, he had already heard about it. But when he saw the Song of Early Winter in full dress, he still felt shocked again. The men were not the problem, the ladies were the focus. A group of envoys from the kingdom of Early Spring, as if walking into the Grand View Garden, carefully observed the winter women who were wearing swimsuits and showing their beautiful figures. This was a good opportunity to learn the traditional culture of winter. It felt that such culture could be introduced into the kingdom of Early Spring, and it was not impossible to reproduce the Song of Early Spring. You are not allowed to look. Miss Gamma suddenly shouted angrily beside His Royal Highness. Even if you ask like this, I will. His Royal Highness shook his head helplessly, unless he walked with his eyes closed. A group of winter soldiers wearing big black pants, helmets, and spears suddenly walked quickly to the front of the Kingdom of Early Spring. The leader was the Foreign Affairs Minister of Early Spring. "Your Royal Highness, can I have a word with you?" The Foreign Affairs Minister came up with a dignified face. "There are some very urgent matters, and we hope to ask for your opinion." "I don't know what it is." The Prince of Early Spring was thoughtful. However, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Winter insisted that this matter could only be discussed in private. The Prince of Early Spring pondered for a while and agreed. But then the Foreign Affairs Minister actually brought His Highness directly into the depths of the palace, to a place where many people were present. Here, those who could be seen seemed to be the nobles and ministers who held the greatest authority in winter. "Everyone, I've brought the Prince of Early Spring here." The Foreign Affairs Minister coughed twice. "Who will explain this? There is no such thing as an iron-headed fellow." The Foreign Affairs Minister could only sigh and look at Prince Early Spring, helplessly. "Your Highness, our country's queen has been cursed. I'm afraid you're the only one who can undo it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't hold today's wedding." "Curse? Yes." The Foreign Affairs Minister said solemnly, "I'm afraid it's the curse of the legendary god of darkness, Gulala. I heard that only the divine power of the royal family in early spring can remove it." His Royal Highness said, "This is what I should do." "You don't have to do this. Is Her Majesty all right? May I see her?" "That's natural." The Foreign Affairs Minister pulled the old doctor out at this time. "This is the wizard doctor who discovered the curse. He will tell you what to do. Please, Your Highness, I hope you can help Winter survive this crisis." The Prince of Early Spring nodded gently and followed the wizard doctor into the Queen's bedroom. The curse of the god of darkness, Gulala? Interestingly, before the prince left the hotel, he happened to learn some things about the god of darkness from the magic mirror elf. It felt like there were a lot fewer people. The Winter Queen couldn't always close herself. She would open her perception from time to time. If there was no one in the bedroom, wouldn't she be able to scratch an itch? Who came in this time? These ministers really didn't give up. "That's it. Your Highness, now you're the only one who can remove Her Majesty's curse in a short time. I understand your difficulties, but this kind of treatment method is really treatment method? What method? His Royal Highness of Early Spring? Why is he here? When did he come here?" The Winter Queen was shocked to her soul. "Your Highness, you must save this country." "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it." The prince shook his head. "At least, I can't do it with this method." "Your Highness, this matter will not be known by a third party." The wizard doctor's voice sounded very determined at this time. "After you complete this matter, I will take this secret and leave Snow Mountain. From then on, I will end my life. What method is it?" The Winter Queen's heart was itching. "You don't have to do this." The prince said, "It's not that I don't want to, but the so-called true love's kiss is indeed something I can't do. How can I make myself love Her Majesty now? Besides, I'm about to. True love's kiss is just a saying. It doesn't have to be the love between a man and a woman." The wizard doctor said with a righteous face, "Great love is invisible. A wise king has the mind to love the world. As long as Your Highness takes out the great love to save the world, isn't it more precious than the true love between a man and a woman?" The prince seemed to be moved. "Okay, I'll try." "Please, Your Highness, Your Highness." The wizard doctor let out a sigh of relief and slowly turned his back to her. The Prince of Early Spring approached the bed and looked at the Winter Queen, who seemed to be sleeping soundly. He whispered softly, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'll offend you. I hope that the two countries of winter and early spring can coexist peacefully." He slowly leaned over with a solemn and focused expression. The Winter Queen on the bed was motionless. She was as steady as an old dog, but her heart was extremely flustered. WOC, WOC, what's going on? She was just lying here, and this disaster came from the sky. If this kiss really came, wouldn't the maid kill her as a sacrifice? Just when the Winter Queen was about to open her eyes and announce that she had recovered, the Prince of Early Spring whispered in her ear, "Your Majesty, you're not cursed at all, right?" She simply opened her eyes. As long as this kiss didn't come, she would be fine even if she wore her underwear, not to mention that she was only faking her illness. "Let the wizard, doctor, go out first," the Prince of Early Spring said abruptly. The Winter Queen blinked, then she pretended to be seriously ill and slowly sat up. The wizard doctor heard the movement and was excited. "Your Majesty, that's great. This method is really effective. The ancient books didn't lie to me. That's great." Looking at the old man who was in tears, he thought, "So you're just taking a gamble on the kiss of true love? I'm fine." The Winter Queen sighed at this time and slowly said, "You can leave first. I have something to say to the prince. Oh, after you leave, go directly to the Snow Mountain to end your life." "Your Majesty." The wizard doctor was stunned. The Winter Queen said indifferently, "Although I can't wake up, I can hear the sound outside. I'll remember what you said. You're so loyal, I have to fulfill your wish. Why don't you get out of here?" Perhaps it was because the Queen of Winter's power was too strong. The wizard doctor was scared out of his wits just by being glared at. He hurriedly crawled out of the Queen's bedroom. The Winter Queen didn't have time to care about this guy. She was still having a headache on how to deal with the Prince of Early Spring. The Winter Queen sat upright and showed a forced smile. "Your Majesty, now there are only the two of us left. If you have something to say, just say it. I heard that your Majesty has always had a magic mirror, right?" The prince smiled slightly. The Winter Queen said casually, "Your Majesty, are you interested in the magic mirror?" At this moment, a blue light rushed out of the Prince of Early Spring's sleeve and then landed on the prince's shoulder. It was a bird emitting blue light. The Winter Queen opened her mouth as if she was moved. The blue bird sneered and said, "Winter Queen, you didn't expect me to be able to break the curse of the magic mirror and regain freedom." What's the situation now? The Winter Queen was stunned. The blue bird said angrily, "You're still asking the obvious. I've told the Prince of Early Spring everything you've done. Today it's your end, you servant of Gulala. You won't succeed in your scheme. Is there any misunderstanding between you two?" The blue bird flapped its wings. "You're the servant of the God of Darkness, hiding in the Winter Queen. In order to become the Queen of Winter, you didn't hesitate to kill the previous Prince of Early Spring and framed the Princess of Winter. Finally, you poisoned the king. You're so vicious. Not only that, you're even heartless. You used yourself as a vessel to give birth to the demon fetus and tried to revive the God of Darkness again. You said Snow White is the God of Darkness." The Winter Queen stood up in shock. The blue bird flapped its wings and flew high. "I, Bluebird Guard, I'm the guardian spirit of the atmosphere. I won't let your conspiracy come true. Today I'll kill you, Prince of Early Spring. Please use my power." The blue bird turned into a ray of light and went into the prince's hand. Then a gorgeous sword appeared. The sword was majestic and had a soul-stirring power. His Royal Highness, who was holding the sword, looked solemn. The sword emitted a dazzling light and directly pierced the Queen of Cold Winter. She couldn't move at all. She was frozen by the light of the sword. The treasured sword had directly pierced through her chest. Her eyes darkened and the feeling of suffocation surged like a tide. Seeing the sword melting her body little by little, she suddenly wanted to cry. This was AF * King misunderstanding. "Ah!" An exclamation sounded in the dormitory. The Winter Queen opened her eyes and touched her chest. There was no wound. She saw the Prince of Early Spring standing outside the big bed with a smile on his face, and looked at her silently. "You just now." The Winter Queen opened her mouth. She suddenly realized that everything that had happened earlier wasn't real. Instead, it was an incomparably realistic dream. However, in the hands of the Prince of Early Spring, there was also that shining sword in his dream. This sword was given to me by the magic mirror's spirit when I left the inn. The prince said indifferently, "Your Majesty, what you saw in your dream was what it asked me to do. Anyway, the mirror spirit didn't tell me how to complete it, so I'll do it in my own way. Please forgive me if I've frightened you." Winter Queen. Nan Xiaonan swallowed her saliva subconsciously. How should she say it? Looking at the Prince of Early Spring in front of her, she felt as if she saw the boss in person, mainly among so many page worlds. Only the prince had the aura of a boss. You're not afraid that I'm really a servant of the god of darkness to resurrect it?" Nan Xiaonan frowned. At this time the prince put away the sword in his hand. "When I saw your Majesty outside the windmill for the first time that day, I could feel that your Majesty values the little princess very much, which is different from what the mirror spirit said." Nan Xiaonan thought for a while and said, "As the mirror spirit said, white snow is the key to resurrecting the god of darkness, so I'm naturally very nervous. I trust my feelings more." The prince shook his head. "Besides, that lady chose to go with you that day. I think if your Majesty really did something wrong to her, she should be the only one who came. You're probably dead now. Damn it, if you really kissed me just now, I would still be dead." "Why are you so sure?" "Because that lady also wanted to kill me," the Prince of Early Spring said with a complicated expression. "She really wanted to kill me, and I can feel her decisiveness." "You, Miss Yi, want to kill this Prince of Early Spring?" "Right, with the character of the servant girl. I'm afraid she thinks that the whole book of Gaia has offended her master, right? She didn't kill you in the end, so why?" Nan Xiaonan just finished asking, but she quickly waved her hand and said, "Don't answer me this question." The Prince of Early Spring looked at her strangely and said, "You're not the real Queen of Winter, right?" Nan Xiaonan was secretly surprised. The prince said, "Now that I think about it, if the mirror spirit didn't lie. In fact, I can be sure that it didn't lie. After all, it transformed into a sword, and we have the same mind. But since that lady is willing to go with you, it means that you're not the real Queen of Winter. So, can I think that without me or even the mirror spirit, the crisis of the god of darkness has actually been resolved?" Nan Xiaonan blinked. She suddenly didn't know how she should continue acting. Nan Xiaonan suddenly felt very scared. If this Prince of Early Spring was a little hot-blooded and didn't use the dream method, but really stabbed her with the sword, would she directly go offline and bury her soul directly in the Ark of the Covenant? Could she only wait for the boss to remember to light up her life lamp? Damn it, when the servant girl asked me to replace the Queen of Winter, did she already think about this? The longest road she walked must be the servant girl's dead end. End of this chapter. Chapter 2330. Nan Xiaonan didn't know whether the crisis was quietly solved behind the scenes. She only knew that if she couldn't pass this hurdle, it would be quite troublesome. This early spring prince might still kill her. Resist? Not to mention the consequences of resisting. She had never heard of anyone who could kill the protagonist in the protagonist's world. It was like eating lettuce, okay? This would be her most affectionate performance. We just hope that Bai Shui can have a good memory. She lowered her eyes and looked at the early spring prince with a complicated expression. Whether she is the vessel of the body of darkness or not, for us, the arrival of this child is the biggest gift from the heavens. The early spring prince said indifferently, "I am very willing to believe in your original intention, but unfortunately the generous elf is not willing to approach you at this time." Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I really don't mean any harm. I just hope that this wedding can go smoothly." "I also don't want this wedding to be ruined." The early spring prince nodded. It's getting late, Your Majesty, we should go out. Nan Xiaonan asked curiously, how do you plan to deal with this matter? I've done what the elf guard asked me to do. The early spring prince said indifferently, if the crisis of early spring and winter comes from the resurrection of the dark god Gulala, then it will be fine as long as it is not resurrected. Nan Xiaonan frowned subconsciously and said in surprise, Do you want to do to Bai Shui? The prince shook his head and said, I think that is a very stupid thing to do. The dark god comes from all the despair and hatred in the world. That is something that ordinary people will avoid. The main thing is that the princess has been living happily, so Gulala will not have a chance to be resurrected. You are confident that you can do it? Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but be stunned. I will try my best to do it in this life. The early spring prince smiled slightly. Nan Xiaonan opened her mouth and said subconsciously, I understand. You don't love anyone at all. No, you love everyone. Everyone is the same to you. What you love is just life itself. This prince has a problem. Whether it was coming to chilly winter alone at the beginning, proposing a marriage alliance to solve the hatred between the two countries, or planning to give a kiss of true love in order to save the queen of chilly winter, to now not hesitating to use his life to make the chilly winter princess happy. It was just that he simply wanted to do these beneficial things. This was completely altruistic. The prince in early spring did not care about himself at all. Sacrifice oneself for others? Or could it be that he had already achieved superego on the moral level? Your Majesty, let's go out. Don't let the guests wait too long, His Highness said softly. Okay. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath. Perhaps Miss Maid didn't want to kill the prince just because he looked like the boss. This prince was more likely to represent a certain aspect of the boss. If the boss also achieved superego, it meant that he would never truly fall in love with anyone. This lady witch of the academies of the other subworld suddenly remembered a kind of guys in the dimensional rift who called themselves the Immortals. They had a special realm that they had always been pursuing, the Great Oblivion. They combined their bodies with the Tao. They were the Tao of Heaven, and the Tao of Heaven was ruthless. It was impossible for the prince in early spring to fall in love with anyone. The marriage with the chilly winter princess was just to maintain peace. Perhaps in the years to come, he would even make himself look like he really fell in love with the princess and live on, in order to prevent the resurrection of the dark body. But Nan Xiaonan knew that in this chilly winter world, the little princess was really looking forward to this marriage. Your Majesty, what do you think is love? His Highness asked abruptly. Nan Xiaonan loved herself the most, so she did not hesitate, selfish and possessive. His Royal Highness smiled and said, I married Snow White in order to prevent Gulala from reviving. Is that selfish? Nan Xiaonan shook her head. My situation is different. This sophistry is meaningless. His Highness said, waiting for a person, and dying for a person. If I can do this, is it love? Nan Xiaonan smiled bitterly. This is still sophistry, but I can't refute it. But if you can do it, then perhaps it is the sorrow of those who like you. Some people say that, love is a kind of impulse. The prince in early spring shook his head, but I was born without this kind of impulse. So I don't know what is true love in your eyes, but I think I can do anything. From the heart? Nan Xiaonan frowned. If loving you can make the world better, I can also like you from the heart. He suddenly stopped and looked into Nan Xiaonan's eyes. At this moment, Nan Xiaonan didn't know if it was because of the boss's image, but she almost sank into the other's eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. Nan Xiaonan fiercely bit the tip of her tongue to wake herself up from this wonderful daze. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and she slowly said, Sorry, I am not interested in a guy who loves everyone. Sorry. His Highness chuckled. Nan Xiaonan sighed. Damn, I was really flirted with just now. The prince in early spring, the prince in early spring. as expected of the prince of the spring country. The early spring has arrived, and all things have recovered. It has arrived again. What is the reason for this season? Why do you want to do this? Nan Xiaonan bitterly smiled. She really did not understand. The prince in early spring thought for a while and said, "Probably because I selfishly want to see that there is no pain in this world." "That is impossible," Nan Xiaonan indifferently said. "You have no way to control life and death. You are only one person. How can you love everyone?" The prince in early spring was sad. "I also thought about this when I was young." "Do you have an answer?" Nan Xiaonan curiously asked. No answer. His Highness shook his head. "So I can only dream. Dream that I can become the source of everything. Maybe that will be good." Nan Xiaonan could not help but ridicule. "Do you really think of yourself as an omnipotent wish machine?" "Dream," His Highness chuckled. "But if I can become such a wish machine, maybe it is not bad." Nan Xiaonan sneered. "You have to pay a price to do anything. Even if there is an omnipotent wish machine that can fulfill everyone's wishes, where does the wish machine's own divine power come from? Don't be naive. As a person, live a more realistic life, isn't it better?" At this moment, the prince revealed a contemplative expression. "That's right. Even if I become a wish machine, endlessly fulfilling people's wishes will only make people's desires endless. Perhaps we should set up some thresholds. For example, we need to use the means of exchange." Nan Xiaonan suddenly stopped and looked at the prince in front of her with trepidation. This can't be?" His Highness saw that the prince's eyes lit up. "I suddenly have a very interesting idea. If possible, I hope to open a shop, and anyone can come to my shop. Through exchange, regret can be smoothed out." "What the hell?" "Your Highness, your idea is very dangerous. Winter, King City, Dawn Manor." The girl slowly opened her eyes, but what she saw was not the bedroom of the Winter Princess. This was obviously a strange room. Why did she suddenly appear here? "Are you curious why you are here?" The girl was shocked and turned around, only to see a blonde woman in black sitting impeccably at this time, holding a cup of black tea in one hand and flipping through an old book cover with the other. "Who are you? Where is this place?" The girl suddenly became alert. "I thought you would learn to be smarter." The blonde woman, the servant girl, slowly sighed. "See, after all, you thought of dividing a part of your consciousness into this child. This is already a rare breakthrough for you. Morrigan." The girl was still frightened. I don't understand what you are saying. I have to go. I have seen this child." The servant girl said indifferently, "You may not know. When I just arrived at the Kingdom of Holy Light, the first thing I met was this child and her elder brother. Remia, this child's name." The girl's face changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and rushed out of the door. However, the door was locked. No matter how hard she tried, she could not open it. She almost twisted the door handle, but it was useless. In the end, she took a deep breath and slowly turned around. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you really want to kill all of us?" The servant girl said indifferently, "That apple is your last resort, the poison that stimulates the power of the god of darkness. What do you want to do?" "Let me think. You want to revive the evil god in Snow White and let the prince of early spring deal with it. Let the two who are supposed to get married kill each other to achieve the ultimate goal of collapsing the page world." The girl's eyes twitched, but she just showed a disdainful sneer. "That's about it." The servant girl said expressionlessly, "I am not interested in speculating other details. After all of this seems to be a very clumsy means. You are too rigid in the story of the page itself. If I were you, I would not have the chance to let Snow White be born at the very beginning." It was this kind of superior and indifferent look again. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms and trembling. "What are you reading?" The girl suddenly said excitedly, "Are you reading the Book of Gaia? Have you seen the end of this world? It's mine. You were the one who snatched it from me. Give it back to me." The girl rushed to the table crazily, but her body was directly bounced to the wall. The servant girl said slowly, "You don't dare to split your soul. Are you afraid that I will see through you? What are you now? Are you just a hypnotic consciousness? To make Remia mistakenly think that she is a part of Morrigan?" The girl climbed up awkwardly and said with a sinister smile, "I am Remia. The Remia you know. I am Morrigan too. The Morrigan who hates you so much. You won't be able to break it because our consciousness has been entangled. This is a curse from the god of darkness, unique to this world. Even you can't do anything in a short time. Just kill me." Sigh. The servant girl only sighed softly in response. The girl laughed crazily. "To be able to see you so powerless, everything is worth it. Ha ha." The servant girl suddenly stood up, walked to the side, and took out a black book from the drawer. She opened it. In an instant, the whole room was filled with all kinds of magic circles. The girl's laughter froze. "The power unique to this world you're talking about, are you referring to these?" The black book in the servant girl's hand slowly opened. "If it is these, I think I can use it too, but it's not very useful, so I put it aside. Morrigan, have you forgotten something? In this world, I am the Witch of Winter, the most powerful mage of winter." "No." The girl let out a sorrowful cry. "It shouldn't be like this." "No." When the light of the magic circle reached its peak, the sorrowful cry stopped abruptly. Then the girl slowly fell to the ground. She woke up again, but looked around blankly. In her memory, there was a luxurious woman who appeared in the dungeon and looked at her. That was all. "You don't seem to want to remember who you are." Hearing this, the girl subconsciously looked. "Who am I?" What she saw was a beautiful blonde woman in black. She felt like she had seen her somewhere before, but she couldn't remember, as if she didn't want to remember. "If you don't want to remember, then don't think about it for now." The servant girl smiled and said, "Can you do me a small favor?" The girl subconsciously said, "What is it?" "I'm going to attend a very important wedding soon." The servant girl said softly, "Can you help me tidy up my hair? I'll do the rest by myself." The girl subconsciously nodded, then walked to the woman in black and picked up the comb. Such beautiful hair, in fact, it's almost perfect even without tidying it up. She thought, "You are so beautiful." The girl praised softly. "That's because you haven't seen me being burned by fire," the servant girl suddenly said. The comb fell from the girl's hand and made a clattering sound. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." The girl hurriedly squatted down and wanted to pick up the comb in panic. "No, it's fine." The servant girl stood up. "I'm satisfied with this. You can stay in this room all the time. When you want to go back, just open that door. That's your way back." The servant girl reached out and pointed. That should be a wall, but she didn't know when a door appeared in the wall. The girl looked at the door absent-mindedly. After a long time, when she turned around, the woman in black was gone. Only she, who was holding a comb, stood there alone. "Remia is a bad girl. She can't go back," the girl muttered to herself. Chapter 23:31. The Prince of Early Spring left and returned to the diplomatic group. The wedding was about to begin, and there was a whole set of cumbersome rules. Not to mention that this was the wedding of the prince and princess of the two countries. So naturally they couldn't be careless. After the Prince of Early Spring left, Nan Xiaonan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She was afraid that if she continued to talk nonsense with the prince, she would hear more dangerous things. What the prince said was not too much of a problem, but once it overlapped with the outside time and space, it would be a big problem. This might also involve the origin of the shop. Did she want to know? Yes. Of course, she wanted to, but obviously not now. Throughout the history of mankind, as a lackey who knew too much about the master's family did not have a good ending. So, it was not that she didn't want to know, it was just that it was not the time to know. This information that she had already obtained was enough to make her tremble in fear. The crevice of the dimension was divided into the old era and the new era. She was currently in the new era of the void, and the old and new eras had an eternal theme. That was to find the primordial. The primordial was a time and space that was even older than the old era, and legend had it that it was the origin of the endless subworlds. According to the prince of Early Spring's big idea, the shop was likely to have appeared in the primordial time and space. The shop ran through the primordial, the old era, and the current new era. The answer that all the powerful beings of the void were looking for might be in the shop. She couldn't let her imagination run wild anymore. King Go's keen senses had already made her feel that danger was approaching. She had to slow down. At least, she had to wait until she was truly integrated into the shop and became a core member. Mother! Hearing the voice, Nan Xiaonan knew that the little princess had come. Looking at the little princess who walked over in a wedding dress, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but think of another question. Was this little princess her biological daughter? Or, in the primordial time and space, there were not many ethical restrictions. She couldn't help but think of the origin of civilization in some subworlds. Many subworlds were built for the origin of legends and myths. For example, the gods created the first man and woman, so there was the reproduction of human beings. Here comes the math problem. How could a man and woman reproduce a civilization? Mother, what are you thinking? Your smile is so weird. No, I was just wondering if you know what you and the prince are going to do after the wedding. Nan Xiaonan shook her head. At this time, she was still the Winter Queen, so she naturally had to take on this role. Most importantly, the maid didn't shout, "Cut." The little princess blinked and tilted her head. Aren't we living happily together? Yeah, it is indeed blissful sex. Nan Xiaonan nodded. Whatever. It's just the diary of a certain little girl. Diary? Since it's the content of the diary, what happened in the primordial universe to record such a thing? Your Majesty, everything is ready. Please leave with Her Highness. Got it. Nan Xiaonan replied in an imposing manner. You may leave. However, Lady Nan's aura was immediately broken. Here comes Miss Servant. Sister, you're finally here. Today's wedding is really lively. She wore a light white dress and said with a smile, especially the party before the wedding, it's really ingenious. I don't know which little genius idea is it. I really can't help but want to reward her. Nan Xiaonan took a deep breath. She felt that she needed a quick-acting heart pill at this time. So why are we here? Unlike the city of divine protection, where survival was also a crisis, ever since Arthashes came to the Winter Royal City, he felt like he had returned to the free city. There were things for Kolili to do, occasionally basking in the sun, fishing by the sea, and his days were leisurely. He even felt like he was on vacation. It would be better if he didn't have to work. Attend the wedding of the prince and princess? He subconsciously looked at Madanzo. Very cute. She was really cute. This 11 or 12-year-old little boy was only wearing a pair of suit shorts. In response to the Song of Winter, as request, all the waiters at the scene were basically dressed like this. But in order to distinguish between the waiters and the guests, they still wore a uniform bow tie around their necks, a pink bow tie. Sakes looked at Madanzo with the eyes of the honorary president of the Holy Maiden fan club for more than 10 years. He felt that if Madanzo wore a pair of cat ears at this time, she would be able to debut. Isn't this good? You don't have to worry about anything. Madanzo shrugged. Even if the world is destroyed, you don't have to worry because there will always be someone more powerful than you. Enjoy this inconspicuous life, because maybe it won't be long before you won't be able to relax. Do you know something? Mr. Sakes subconsciously frowned. He always felt that this Madanzo was too mysterious. How did Madanzo enter the Holy Maiden's ceremony? She was too young to be a staff member. It was illegal to hire child labor in the Free City. audience? Or was she the child of a family member? So she sneaked into the ceremony early? At this moment, Kay Forehead Lily, who was wearing an ice blue bikini, walked in front of them with a tray in each hand. Boss ass aches. And you, Madanzo, don't be lazy. I'm too busy. Come and help me greet the guests. Madanzo and ass aches looked at each other, perhaps from the beginning to the end. Only Kay Forehead Lily was serious about working. The smart kids would have already dealt with the influential people of Coldwinter. For example, Isabel. This grand swimsuit party was like this woman's amusement park. Madanzo just saw Isabel hugging two girls and walking to the corner secretly. Okay, I'll help. Madanzo smiled and took the things in Kay Forehead Lily's hands. Since this page world had been arranged clearly by Jean, there was no need for it to worry about anything. As for ass sakes and the other children, they had experienced a lot of hardships in the city of God's protection. Let them have a good rest here. Joan of Arc was probably thinking the same thing, right? Hard mouth and soft heart. Oh, a soft-hearted guy. Your Royal Highness. At this time, the crowd began to disperse automatically. In front of the door of the hall, His Royal Highness of the Early Spring Kingdom slowly walked in under everyone's sight. Surprisingly, beside His Royal Highness, there was a man wearing a fox mask. Looking at him, it seemed to be the best man's identity. Who is this person? The delegation of Early Spring walked in together with His Royal Highness. Miss Gamma was very confused at this time because she didn't remember the existence of a person in the delegation of Coldwinter. Moreover, he was the best man of His Royal Highness. Lay Nina seemed to have been asked and frowned slightly. It seems that he has always been there. I have a very vague impression. You say that it seems. Miss Gamma stared suspiciously at the back of the fox mask guy and muttered, Did you first? He and His Royal Highness back looked like each other. Silence. Lay Nina suddenly lowered his voice. The Queen of Coldwinter is here. This will be the most important thing between the two countries of Early Spring and Coldwinter. Although it is a wedding, it is also the most serious diplomatic occasion. There can be no carelessness. Miss Gamma nodded at this time, but quickly said, Remember, there is only one chance. That which? Lay Nina suddenly looked at her with a dignified face. Miss Gamma's face changed slightly in an instant. Looking at the woman in the bridesmaid costume who appeared beside the little princess of Coldwinter, she couldn't help but tremble. Yes, it's her. How could she? It's over. Gamma was really traumatized by the witch of Coldwinter. Otherwise, let's forget it. Lay Nina sighed in his heart. I'm afraid things won't go well today. I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to start. I'm Gamma, never bow my head. But Miss Gamma gritted her teeth and said, I don't know why, but I can't see this witch. Lay Nina, let's go. The kidnapping of Coldwinter Princess ended in failure. There was no chance to kidnap a second time. Then take away the prince. Before going out, Miss Gamma probably drank too many bottles of fake wine. She put her magic staff on Lay Nina's neck and asked her if she wanted to do it together. Miss Gamma's plan is very simple and rude, but the simplest, perhaps the most effective, is to ambush the prince and princess who are about to enter the temple to complete the wedding ceremony. This is the tradition of Coldwinter. The newlyweds of the royal family need to be blessed by the winter in the temple, and this process cannot be disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, during that time, there should only be the prince of Early Spring and the little princess of Coldwinter in the temple. As the chief magician of Early Spring, Miss Gamma's strength is really first class. It is not very difficult to quietly avoid some restrictions of the cold winter temple. I have opened several layers of enchantments of the temple. At that time, I will do this and you will do that, understand? Taking advantage of everyone's concentration at this time, Miss Gamma and Lay Nina have quietly sneaked into the periphery of the cold winter temple. Will it really be so smooth? Everything seems to be going quite smoothly. But as a commander of the army, the more smooth it is, the more suspicious it will arouse Lei Nina's suspicion. Even if Coldwinter has always had a natural barrier of ice and snow, it is good to be in an absolutely safe environment. But there are only a few guards guarding the temple of a kingdom. It is too much of a joke. Go in, the enchantment has been opened. At this time, Gamma carefully pushed open a door and called Lei Nina. The two sneaked into the temple together. Inside the temple, there is an abnormally tall guy wearing a silver robe whose face can be seen clearly. This guy, even if he is sitting, looks to be more than 2 meters tall. That should be one of the austere divine temple's priests. Miss Gamma narrowed her eyes and chuckled. Just right. I am ready to give Our Highness a big surprise. Lei Nina is still cautious. Since it is the priest of Coldwinter, his strength will not be bad. Don't be impulsive. He has no magic on him. At most he is a powerful warrior. Miss Gamma sneered. A powerful warrior, even if the weakest magician sneak attacks, will not feel good. With that, Miss Gamma suddenly blew out a breath of air. The powerful magic instantly turned into a hot wind, blowing towards the priest of the temple, who is sitting quietly. When the hot wind arrived, the priest of the temple seemed to sense it and hurriedly stood up. Who dares to break into the cold winter temple? But the hot wind suddenly turned into a magic rope and directly tied up the priest. The priest instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing that the priest of the cold winter temple was easily subdued, Lei Nina couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Maybe Coldwinter is really too comfortable so that the people of Coldwinter are not the least bit alert of danger? The powerful ice storm created the absolute safety of Coldwinter, but at the same time deprived Coldwinter of its ability to survive. She couldn't help but shake her head. Miss Gamma has already walked towards the priest of the temple. This guy looks tall. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Look what he looks like. Miss Gamma curiously tore open the priest's robe. At this time, Lei Nina's heart suddenly jumped at this time and screamed, "Gamma, be careful!" What? At this time, the floor of the temple suddenly cracked, and Gamma and Lei Nina fell into it at the same time. They first wanted to use magic to fly out of the trap, but there was something in this big pit that was crazily pulling them. With Gamma's magic of the early spring, she could not break away from this pulling force. This is a trap. Lei Nina sighed and looked up at the edge of the deep pit, looking at the priest of the cold winter temple. What kind of priest is there? It's just a few bearded dwarves stacked on top of each other and put on a big robe. It's said that the witch of Coldwinter has 7 evil bearded dwarves by her side. The first princess said to let you watch the ceremony here. Several bearded dwarves smiled and closed the mechanism on the floor again. Only a rumbling sound was heard. The mechanism was completely closed, and the 2 of them were trapped in the underground mechanism. Then the thing that made Gamma vomit blood was that this mechanism could be seen outside, but the outside definitely could not see the existence of the mechanism. This witch of Coldwinter is so vicious. Miss Gamma instantly grabbed her head and was furious. Lei Nina calmed down and seemed to be relieved. She looked at the quiet temple outside thoughtfully and listened to Gamma's curses. Vicious. It seems that the witch of Coldwinter didn't really kill the 2 times before and after. Although the last time she beat Gamma, it was really ruthless and gave Gamma a shadow. But there was really no fatal place. Gamma, let's forget it. Lei Nina shook her head. There are still many opportunities in the future to destroy His Highness' marriage. There are many other ways. Gamma, I actually want to forget it for the time being. Miss Gamma suddenly lowered her head at this time, but when I think of falling into the hands of that woman twice, I can't control myself. Gamma. One by one, palm-sized magic circles began to appear around Gamma. In an instant, hundreds of them appeared, and they were still increasing crazily. Lei Nina was shocked. This guy was going to go all out, outside the cold winter temple, under the blessings of thousands of people. The newlyweds slowly opened the gate of the temple square, followed by the honor guard. The little princess wearing a veil and holding flowers in her hand, silently walked with His Highness in the early spring. Behind her and His Highness were the bridesmaids of cold winter. "You know, this best man is the person my sister likes," the little princess suddenly whispered beside the prince. "But I don't know what he looks like." She had only touched his face in a very peculiar way. "From here on out, your eyes should be on me," His Highness said softly. "Just like me, I will only look at you now." Okay. Chapter 2332. The ceremony hadn't officially started yet, but everyone was already in position. The priestess of chilly winter was an old man with a white beard. It seemed that he had just arrived and was still panting. You are the priestess of Chilly Winter Temple." Nan Xiaonan, who was the queen of Chilly Winter, couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Wasn't this old man in a priestess robe the Grandpa Nicholas who gave out New Year's gifts to the children on the snowy peak? Part-time, don't worry about it. Speaking of which, Your Majesty, can you finally see me?" Nan Xiaonan wouldn't answer such a question. She was silent for a moment before she said seriously, "Please continue, Your Excellency, priestess." She couldn't afford to be careless at this time. The servant girl was on the scene. Even the boss himself was there. Nan Xiaonan was under a lot of pressure for this performance. She was afraid that she would make a mistake if she wasn't careful. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. As for Dingna, she naturally didn't wear it. As the Queen of Chilly Winter, the role of the little princess mother, if she dared to wear that on the stage, she was afraid that there wouldn't be a life lamp in the Ark of the Covenant in the next second. Anyway, she was the queen. Who would jump out and criticize her? Nan Xiaonan calmed down and subconsciously looked in the direction of Boss Luo. But no matter what, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. She didn't know how the boss felt at this moment. After all, the Prince of Early Spring was actually the boss own. Am I seeing myself marry my sister? Does this wedding really exist in the primordial time and space? Your Majesty, please come to me. Priestess Nicholas called out with a solemn expression at this time. Nan Xiaonan shuddered and hurriedly collected her thoughts. She slowly walked up the stairs, but she suddenly stopped. She felt that there was a slight tremor on the floor just now. Damn it. The magic power exuded a terrible heat, like flowing magma. In the space under the temple's hall, Renina had to resist with all her strength because of the continuous explosion of gamma. But even so, he was still unable to break through the seal of the mechanism. Especially here, he could clearly see the people walking into the temple, as well as the ceremony that had already begun. Everything was clearly visible, especially the Witch of Chilly Winter. She seemed to intentionally or unintentionally lower her head to look at the location of the mechanism. There was no expression on the face of the Witch of Cold Winter, but in Gamma's eyes, such an indifferent gaze was probably only ridicule. Gamma, stop. If you continue like this, I will be roasted by your magic before you break the mechanism. She's laughing at me. Did you see that? She was clearly laughing at me. Why? Lei Nina couldn't help but sigh. Logically speaking, Lindong's witch and Gamma shouldn't have any interaction. Could it be that there really were people who were born to dislike each other? Gamma, I can't hold on any longer. Renina clenched his teeth and said. At this time, the magic power was still irritable, even more violent than before. But in just a moment, the magic power began to calm down. Gamma punched the wall. Her chest rose and fell. Her eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, Miss Gamma took a deep breath and said seriously, We apologize. Please let us out. No matter what, as witnesses of the early spring, if we can't attend, it will only shame our prince. Witch of Chilly Winter, no matter how you find fault afterwards, I'll take it. But please let us out now. Lei Nina looked at Gamma in disbelief. What about never lowering his head? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Gamma took a deep breath and slowly bent down. Rumble. On the side of the wall, an exit slowly cracked open. Thank you. Gamma seemed to be out of strength. After saying that in a low voice, she walked directly into the exit. Why hasn't the witness of the early spring appeared yet? Have you been waiting for a long time? What's going on? I haven't seen Lord Gamma and Lord Leonina since just now. Could it be that this is the last stubbornness of the domestic opposition? In the hall, the whispers gradually increased. However, the pair of newlyweds had already prepared early, and the Queen of Chilly Winter was already in place. Your Highness, if the two witnesses of the early spring don't appear, I'm afraid. Priest Nicholas looked at the Prince of Chilly Spring rather awkwardly. However, the Prince of Chilly Spring smiled and said, Actually, there is no need for many witnesses. My wedding with the princess has long been witnessed by the elves of the atmosphere. It is enough. Priest Nicholas raised his head slightly and saw a dazzling brilliance in the temple. Colorful, the elves of the atmosphere that were rarely seen in the past appeared in the main hall of the temple one after another. At this time, the audience realized that these were the elves of the atmosphere. They were actually so close to them. Some of the elves were hovering above their heads, and some were sitting on their shoulders. They floated in the main hall like half of the starlight. The elves of the early spring, the elves of the winter, the elves of the autumn wind. Those who could be called by their names, and those who couldn't be called by their names. Priest Nicholas smiled and said, I heard it. The elves of the whole world are blessing you. This is supposed to be a ceremony to accept the blessing and baptism of the winter. In this case, it is superfluous. However, the ceremony still needs to continue. Please come to my place. He really looks like me. The voice of Miss Maid sounded, and then she looked at Boss Luo beside her. They were the best man and bridesmaid in this wedding. They should play a very important role and stand in a conspicuous position. But even if they stood in a conspicuous position, it was easy to be ignored. Like me? Boss Luo heard this and chuckled. He is originally me. Once. Miss Maid whispered. At the very beginning, actually, I almost attacked this prince. Boss Luo shook his head. Actually, I learned one thing from him. Miss Maid tilted her head curiously. Luaccio said slowly, I don't know if this is my previous life. If this is my previous life, then my love for you should have started from my previous life. Miss Maid held a treasure in her hand and placed it in front of her chest. She murmured, Even if it's just a puppet's body, its heart will still beat. Soon it won't be. Boss Luo smiled slightly. Miss Maid's eyes were a little hazy, but a loud sound woke her up at this moment. The door of the main hall of the temple was directly knocked open. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the chief magician of the early spring and the commander of the First Legion walked in quickly. Miss Maid couldn't help but frown and said indifferently, Compared to them, maybe Miss Long is more innocent. Amazing. She knows when to yield and when to stand tall. I was too careless. They don't mean any harm. Boss Luo smiled slightly. This wedding, this stage, no one is malicious. Miss Maid heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let this wedding go on. Boss Luo smiled amusedly. Is this declaring sovereignty? Miss Maid replied with a confident smile. She was no longer the puppet who only sat quietly in the dark of the shop and opened her eyes only when customers came. Wait, we don't agree with this wedding. They pushed open the door of the main hall and walked in expressionlessly under everyone's gaze. They also planned to carry out the ceremony. On the steps, the Queen of Cold Winter suddenly held her forehead. How could Miss Gamma, who looked like Kelowna Shinryu, be more capable than Kelowna Shinryu? When she was beaten last time, her thoughts weren't clear yet. Master Gamma, Master Leonina, a messenger of the early spring delegation, rushed out at this time. Just as Gamma raised her hand, she swept the messenger back to the original place. What are you going to do? The ministers of Cold Winter couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily, Do you want to destroy this wedding? Miss Gamma sneered. I'm sorry, this wedding is between the two countries. Everything should not be done according to the rules of cold winter, but also according to the rules of our early spring. The rules of early spring? The ministers of cold winter looked at each other. Yes, the rules of early spring. Miss Gamma tore off her clothes at this time. Under the clothes of the delegation, there was a set of exquisite wedding clothes. According to the rules of our early spring, the groom can rob. I don't agree with this wedding. Princess of Cold Winter, accept my challenge. This is a sacred challenge. With that, Gamma took off her gloves and threw them on the ground. Everyone. After Gamma threw the gloves on the ground, the next moment, she tore off Leonina's clothes. The girl was also wearing a gorgeous wedding dress. Moreover, under Leonina's reluctance, Miss Gamma forcibly tore off her gloves and threw them on the ground together. This is a challenge between the two of us. Miss Gamma's voice shook in the hall. Your Highness, only the strong deserve it. Princess of Cold Winter, if you don't dare to accept it, just give up. They were very aggressive. On the side, Miss Maid slowly sighed and said with a bitter smile, Anyway, Miss Gaia's taste is really special. Boss Luo showed a long-lost smile, as if he saw something really happy. The Gaia I found from the Penglai treasure house is not the real Gaia. Even if I brought her back to the shop, she was mostly asleep. Book of Gaia is the only way I can know more about her. Early spring, is there really such a rule? On the steps, the little princess of Cold Winter showed a curious gaze and looked at the prince of early spring beside her. There was no anger on her face. His Highness smiled casually and said, There was such a rule, but it was a long time ago. Until now, no one has carried out such a duel. Do you want to agree? If I lose, can I marry you? The little princess thought for a while and said, The prince of early spring said softly, Even if you lose, we can change places. I feel like I can beat them. The little princess wrinkled her nose. Wait for me. With that, the little princess of Cold Winter slowly walked down the steps. I agree to your challenge. But don't worry, I will be very careful and won't hurt you. Gamma sneered directly. She would never lower her head, but she would lower her head for this moment of desperate counterattack. At this moment, there was no turning back. As for Leonina, who was forced to be tied to the warship, at this time, there was no appointment, and he was ready to fight. Gamma, be careful. This princess of Cold Winter is the same as His Highness. They are all favored by the spirit of air. I know, but she is just a child who has not been deeply involved in the world. How much actual combat experience can she have? Gamma nodded. Even so, she was still fully alert. The little princess of Cold Winter slowly raised her hand at this time, as if she was preparing to launch magic. Leonina's eyes focused. As an excellent warrior, this was the best opportunity for her to make a move. The petite figure flashed out, and the next moment, Leonina had already rushed up the steps. But at this time, Leonina only felt that his body lost balance in an instant and directly floated up. A colorful bubble actually wrapped her whole body. Gulala energy. Woohoo! Bubble. The little princess of Cold Winter stretched out her hands at this time. Leonina's whole body was directly taken away by the colorful bubble. At the same time, Miss Gamma's body was also directly wrapped by the colorful bubble. Miss Gamma's face changed slightly. This kind of bubble could not be broken. Gulala energy. Whoop! Whirlwind. The little princess of Cold Winter waved her hands again. At this time, the two colorful bubbles were suddenly stirred up by a whirlwind. The two of them were dizzy and vaguely wanted to vomit. Gulala energy. Its mother's mother. Lightning. Two huge lightning bolts shot directly from outside the temple gate, through the colorful bubbles, directly into the body of Miss Gamma and Leonina. The two screamed a few times, then the whirlwind and the bubbles disappeared, and the two fell to the ground directly burned black, twitching. Gulala energy. Beep, beep, beep. Treatment. Their injuries were healed, and they sat on the ground, looking blankly at the little princess of cold winter who stuck out her tongue on the steps. What happened just now? We lost. Lady Nina smiled bitterly. Gamma, forget it. Miss Gamma's face was gray, and she slowly stood upside and said with a wry smile, "Bless you." Seeing this, the priest Nicholas quickly stood up and spoke. He was afraid that there would be some changes in the ceremony. Then I announce that the ceremony continues. Wait a minute. The little princess of cold winter raised her hand at this time and said, "Grandpa Nicholas, can you let them come with us?" "Your Royal Highness?" The priest Nicholas was stunned. "Together? What do you mean? It's us getting married together." The little princess of cold winter showed a bright smile at this time. "If you like each other, then come and get married. I don't want to be the only one today. So I announce, all the people you like can get married today." With that, the little princess trotted to the front of Gamma and Lenina, who were at a loss, and grabbed their hands. "Come on, let's get married with His Royal Highness." Do you know what you're talking about?" Gamma's voice trembled. "This princess shouldn't be. Don't know what to do when you get married?" "I know." The little princess of cold winter smiled. "As long as you get married, you can live happily together. Isn't it good for everyone to be happy? No suspicion, no hatred. Stay with the people you like. Eat together, play together, work together, and sleep together, then you won't feel lonely." "That's impossible." Gamma smiled bitterly. "You're too naive." "Why is it impossible?" The little princess of cold winter shook her head. Then her body emitted a white light and slowly floated to the sky above the hall. In that instant, all of the elves gathered around her. Gulala energy. Love storm. A pink wind suddenly rushed out of the gate of the cold winter temple, like a flood, and blew across the entire cold winter royal city. Everyone seemed to be lost in this pink storm. In the palace hall, Asakes and Medanzo, who were shirtless and wearing a bow tie, finally took advantage of K Forehead Lily's inattention to go fishing. The moment the pink storm came, neither of them could react until after the storm. Asash's fingers inadvertently brushed Medanzo's arm. The two instantly had a kind of electric shock in their hearts. "Oh no, it's actually the feeling of love." "Medanzo, your bow tie is crooked. I'll help you." In the hall, the men and women who had feelings for each other slowly walked to each other at this time and looked at each other affectionately. The Foreign Affairs Minister of Cold Winter subconsciously looked at the envoy in charge of the early spring diplomatic mission and murmured, "I've actually always admired your country's culture. You and I seem to have been friends for many years. We hit it off at first sight." The envoy of early spring also murmured in response. Different voices gradually sounded. "Actually, when I first saw you, do you believe in love?" I actually, listening to those voices, the cold winter queen on the stairs was stunned. She tried hard to find the figure of the boss and Miss Maid in the hall, but she couldn't see them. She only saw a pair of old eyes looking at her. "Priest Nicholas, Your Majesty, after so many years, you finally remember me. Do you still remember Nicholas beside the fireplace that New Year? What the F***CK? That pink storm was the magic of the cold winter princess. But the power of this magic was too outrageous, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 2333. Everyone, let's get married together. The little princess of chilly winter floated in the temple, and the fairy of the atmosphere around her kept shining. The pink storm even began to spread outside the chilly winter royal city. There was something wrong with the little princess of chilly winter. Nan Xiaonan felt a chill in her heart at this time, and then she pushed Nicholas, who was a little out of control, away. But Bishop Nicholas did not give up and approached again. Even his eyes changed. She had to knock the bishop out directly. Nan Xiaonan subconsciously looked around the main hall. The guests in the main hall were already paired up in pairs. She didn't know when to start. Get married, get married, get married. People's eyes were blank, but their mouths repeatedly murmured the word get married. It was like the scene of some large-scale evil ceremony. Nan Nan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Subconsciously, she looked down the steps and saw Gamma and Lei Nina. At this time, like everyone else, they slowly climbed up the steps. Obviously, they came to find His Royal Highness in early spring. Prince, where is the prince? She hurriedly looked for him, but found that the Prince of early spring was not far from her. He looked at the little princess of chilly winter thoughtfully at this time. Could it be that even he was affected by magic? Nan was shocked. She saw that the Prince of early spring suddenly looked at her at this time. She was so scared that she quickly took 2 steps back. She was afraid that the prince would do something irreparable. Please, please don't fall in love with me. Strange, you don't seem to be affected. The Prince of early spring had clear eyes. He was not affected by magic at all. Aha! Lady Nan came back to her senses at this time. Indeed, after the pink storm blew, she didn't seem to be different. At least, she didn't fall in love with anyone. I see. The Prince of early spring suddenly smiled. So, this is your selfishness. Nan was startled. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a figure rush into the temple hall. It was Metatro, bare-chested and wearing a pink bow tie. It wasn't alone, but it was carrying axe. One of Sash's arms was abnormally twisted. How did you? Nan Xiaonan's eyes widened. Metatro landed on the ground and scanned the area. Then he threw Arthas on the ground. This guy wanted to touch me, so I broke his hand. So what happened here? Where are they? Nan asked subconsciously. He's also unconscious. He's in a safe place. Madanzo said quickly. Then her gaze fell on the chilly Dong princess above. She frowned and said, So, is this the source of the disturbance? I'm afraid everyone has underestimated the little princess's strength. Nan smiled bitterly and said, She is probably out of control now. How do we solve it? Madanzo suddenly asked, but she was looking at the prince in the beginning of spring. His Royal Highness shook his head and asked, Why do we have to solve it? Nan said subconsciously, Isn't it natural? If this continues, these people will combine with each other. Won't it be a mess? The prince in the beginning of spring thought and said, If everything is planned and rearranged to form a new order, and under this order, everyone is in a state of satisfaction, then do you still think it's a mess? Nan opened her mouth, but she was speechless at this time. She gritted her teeth and said, This is simply self-deception, and it's just borrowing the princess's power. If the princess's power disappears and everything is restored, what will happen when people remember it? His Royal Highness smiled and said, Then let this power continue. Do you hear the excited cries of the air elves? If the princess's power is not enough, she can use mine. If she can't be the cause of all this, then there's still me. That's just the 2 of you deceiving yourselves. Madanzo suddenly sneered. It was not clear about the situation, but it hit the nail on the head. A pale smile appeared on the prince's face. He even coughed twice, and his face became even paler. The so-called self-deception is also a kind of perception of the outside world. For you, if this is our self-deception, then, if you don't exist, it should be fine. Senior, be careful! Nan cried out. A golden light flashed. An entire top of the stairs was directly cut in half. In the hand of the prince, in the beginning of spring, the sword, transformed from the elven guard bluebird, was already in his hand. Half of the stairs that were cut directly collapsed, making a rumbling sound. In the air a few meters above, Madanzo's face was now filled with fear. No one would have thought that this seemingly cultured and refined prince of early spring would suddenly strike a killing blow. What's wrong with this male protagonist? Madanzo subconsciously looked at Nan Xiaonan in Winter Queen's disguise. How do I know? Nan Xiaonan met the prince's gaze, and her heart suddenly trembled. She subconsciously said, maybe this is actually not superego, but self. What superego self? Madanzo frowned, and her face immediately changed. The prince, in the beginning of spring, had already rushed over with his sword. It was still the harmless and warm smile, but there was a terrible murderous intent. Madanzo seemed to see the cold hell behind the prince in the beginning of spring. She subconsciously condensed 2 holy light swords and superimposed them to resist. But the powerful holy light swords were instantly split by the prince in the beginning of spring. Madanzo was directly slashed to the ground. In the hall, the people who were hugging each other turned a blind eye at this time. Their eyes were not dull, but flashed with strange brilliance. Their faces were even filled with a satisfied smile. This scene was almost perfect, but it overlapped with the prince's terrible murderous intent, which looked extremely strange. Madanzo spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly got up. The prince, in the beginning of spring, was walking slowly toward her at this time, but Madanzo had a feeling that there was no way to retreat. Her body seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. The air was full of sluggish power, as if there was a small hand pulling her body. The spirit of the atmosphere, the omnipresent power of the world. She was facing an opponent who could use the power of the entire winter world at will. How could she fight? Wait, I'm in. Madanzo suddenly shouted. In a hurry, she reached out and pointed at the back of the Winter Queen, who was at a loss. In fact, she was about to escape her. I can live with her. We can admit. No, accept the new order. His Royal Highness glanced at the Winter Queen casually. Nan Xiaonan only felt that the gaze behind her was like the tip of a needle. She timidly turned around and said with an embarrassed smile that, I also accept the new order, but can I live alone? Your Royal Highness, it's good to be single. You don't belong here. His Royal Highness shook his head. Unstable factors should be eliminated. Your Majesty, I'm very happy to talk to you before. I'm going to die. Nan Xiaonan held her breath. The moment the prince looked at her, her heart seemed to be pierced by a sharp sword. In fact, the sword was originally used to fight against the god of darkness, Gulala. At this time, it was already stabbing her. She had never felt the arrival of death so vividly. She was most afraid of death. In order to survive, begging for mercy had always been a common thing. However, in the face of real death at this time, she found that she couldn't say a word. On the contrary, there was a kind of unprecedented ease. It turned out that the more one lived, the more tired it was. The sword that could cut everything flashed by. Nan Xiaonan closed her eyes at this time and tilted her head slightly. She only felt a chill coming from her cheek at this time. She subconsciously opened her eyes. Prince of Early Spring was right in front of her. The sword seemed to have missed its target and pierced into the wall behind her. You, she said in a daze. I thought I could do it. Prince of Early Spring muttered to himself, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and he coughed painfully. His Royal Highness suddenly rolled down from the high platform. Nan Xiaonan looked at this scene in disbelief. She didn't even feel the slightest joy, because she picked up a life. She leaned against the wall in a daze, and her body slid down. Her whole person seemed to have lost her soul. The spirit of the atmosphere began to draw closer to the Prince of Early Spring. However, the Prince of Early Spring seemed like he would never open his eyes again. More and more atmospheric elves came closer, and elves even began to separate from Princess of Chilly Winter. Princess of Chilly Winter, who was in a strange state, had a change in her eyes at this time. She was like a person who was suddenly awakened. Her body that was floating in the air suddenly floated down. Here, how could it be? The little princess muttered to herself looking around in fear. "Your Royal Highness." A cry of surprise rang out, and then two figures quickly rushed towards the Prince of Early Spring. It was Gamma and Renina. "Prince, how could he—" Princess of Chilly Winter came hesitantly, and her voice trembled slightly. Gamma held Prince of Early Spring in her arms. She looked down and said bitterly, "His Royal Highness has been in poor health since he was young. The more he communicates with the atmospheric elves, the worse his health will be. However, his strength has never stopped growing. His body can't bear it anymore. Will he die?" Princess of Chilly Winter trembled. "I don't know." Gamma gritted her teeth, "but I'll try my best." "Princess, you?" A slender figure suddenly threw herself into the arms of Prince of Early Spring and hugged him tightly. Princess of Chilly Winter hugged the prince tightly and whispered softly, "Snow Elf, help me save him, okay? Sister Flower Elf, Grandpa Wind Elf, Uncle Water Elf. Everyone help me, okay? White Snow really likes him. Only he is like Snow White, able to chat with everyone. I'd beg of you." In the temple, rays of elves representing different elements appeared and rushed directly to the two people who were hugging each other. The brilliance lifted them up. A light beam went straight to the sky. Those who were blown by the pink storm, under the illumination of the brilliance, subconsciously looked at the two people who were slowly rising in the light beam. There seemed to be a sound of blessings between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, the Chilly Winter Princess took a deep breath, closed her eyes timidly, and slowly kissed His Royal Highness, who was in early spring. At that moment, the breath of spring quietly filled the air in Chilly Winter. It quietly infiltrated everyone. At this time, Prince of Early Spring slowly opened his eyes at this time. "You're awake." Princess of Chilly Winter blushed. "I just kissed you secretly." His Royal Highness chuckled and said, "What's the taste?" The little princess suddenly screamed, held her face with both hands, and lowered her head. In the hall, someone clapped with both hands, and the applause went from sparse to enthusiastic. Priest Nicholas of the temple climbed up from the corner. He felt that his waist was hit by something, and at this time he quickly announced loudly, "In the name of winter, I witness. The ceremony is complete. Dong, dong, dong." It was a pair of huge hanging bells on the top of the temple. At this time, the hanging bells were swinging with each other. In front of the gate of the temple, Prince of Early Spring held Princess of Chilly Winter and slowly walked out. At this time, the palace mages released ice flowers into the sky at this time. They seemed to have forgotten the scene that happened in the hall. Only Nan Xiaonan and Madanzo squatted in the corner, at this time with a strange expression. They were very puzzled by this absurd and strange ending. So, in the end, Snow White woke Prince Charming with a kiss of true love? Madanzo said while looking at the sky. Lady Nan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Senior, do you think the reason why the princess is loved by the whole country is because of her power?" Madanzo shrugged and said indifferently, "No matter what it is, anyway. I don't want to experience it again." Suddenly, it glanced at a certain corner. Over there, Arthas was still lying on the ground like a corpse. Damn it, he actually touched me. Ice flowers fluttered in the air, and elves sang in the sky. On the steps of the gate of the temple, Princess of Chilly Winter threw the flower ball in her hand into the sky. Everyone was looking forward to being the lucky one to get the flower ball. However, a demon wind suddenly blew out and rolled the flower ball directly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Who do you think will get it?" Princess of Chilly Winter said with a look of expectation. Prince of Early Spring chuckled and said, "Probably them." Princess of Chilly Winter subconsciously reached out and held Prince of Early Spring's cheek. Her heart trembled slightly. It was the same. Prince of Chilly Winter lowered his head and kissed her forehead at this time. There were cheers. The flower ball fell into the hands of Boss Luo. In the tower of the intertwined hanging bells, he handed the flower ball to Miss Maid and kissed her passionately at the place where the bells rang. On the fence of the tower, Book of Gaia began to turn to a page of chilly winter. Eternal calendar, month of love, the third day clear. Today is the day I look forward to the most. After rehearsing for so long, my brother finally agreed to accompany me on the stage to perform in the school play. Finally, it's a complete success. Humph. Those bad women behind, listen, no matter who my brother marries in the future, you must remember that the first one to marry my brother is me. You are all behind me, jealous of me. I'm happy. In the subworld number 03, in the office of the chief editor of a third-rate magazine in a forbidden magic city with shocking housing prices. Editor Rin, who was browsing her mobile phone while doing nothing, suddenly received a message. Then Editor Rin directly spat out a mouthful of white rice, spraying it on Li Zi's face, who was also doing nothing. Sister Ren, what a waste! Look at what I saw. Editor Ren opened her eyes wide at this time, pointing the mobile phone screen at Li Zi. It was a photo on the screen. In the photo, it was a photo of Boss Luo and Miss Maid in a formal dress. In the photo, Miss Maid was holding a flower ball, snuggling up to Luocha with a charming smile. Li Zi blinked and rolled her eyes. Well, I'm full. Thanks for your hospitality. End of this chapter. Chapter 2334. Dawn Manor. While the people in Winter City were immersed in the celebration, the manor was even more deserted. The bearded dwarf brothers who were supposed to guard the house had been sent away. Sakes was carrying Celine, who hadn't woken up yet, into this unknown manor with Isabel and the others. They didn't know what had happened. There was a blank memory in the middle of the prince and princess wedding. Sakes only knew that one of his arms was broken when he woke up. Medanzo said that he fell. He was the vampire Countess Rose. How could his arm be broken? Why did you ask us to come here? Isabel looked at Medanzo in confusion. The message was sent by Medanzo, and the message to gather was sent by Yulia. You'll know soon. Medanzo found a place to sit down leisurely. Boss Sakes, look. At this moment, Kay or Lily hurriedly pointed at the stairs on the second floor of the hall. A blonde woman in black was walking down the stairs slowly. Behind the black-clothed blonde woman, there was also a rather thin, short-haired woman following behind her. Yu Yen. Sakes couldn't help but widen his eyes. The memories that had been sealed for more than 10 years in the city of God Bless began to emerge. Miss Nan is also here. Long time no see, Mr. Sakes. How are you? Miss Maid walked down the stairs and greeted him with a smile. And Miss Kay or Lily, long time no see. It's really you, Kay or Lily exclaimed, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. They had been lost in the world of the pages, and there was nothing happier than meeting an acquaintance. The feeling of meeting an acquaintance in a foreign country was indescribable. You know them? Isabel looked at Sakes with sparkling eyes. She recognized the blonde woman in black. They had met in Miss Assman's tailor shop. For Isabel, it was an unforgettable encounter. For Isabel, whether it was the woman in black in front of her or the young man surnamed Luo, they both made her salivate. They used to be guests of the residence. Mr. Sakes heaved a sigh and said, before we got into trouble. Oh, right, there should be one more. Where is Mr. Luo? Is he not with the two of you? He still has something to do, so he's not here for the time being. Miss Maid smiled and said, don't worry, he's fine. He's not in any danger. When he finishes his work, he'll meet you again, Mr. Sakes. Sakes nodded. He was very afraid of Miss Ye's gaze. Every time, it would remind him of the stern gaze of his grandmother, who had already passed away. At this moment, Isabel frowned and said, wait, why are you here, this manor? Miss Yi is the owner of this manor. Nan Xiaonan said at the right time. At the same time, she's also the princess of Chilly Winter. She's the one who arranged everything behind the scenes. So, Yulia knows about this? Isabel muttered. Yulia was the one who arranged for us to appear as employees of Dawn Manor. Where's Yulia? She has already gone back, Miss Maid said calmly. Go back. Go back where? Asash's heart trembled. He seemed to have realized something, and his breathing quickened. Of course, to the City of Freedom. Miss Maid said casually, I found a way to leave. Now, I've gathered all of you here to help you return. Everyone looked at each other. Then they were overjoyed. A whirlpool light door as tall as 2 people appeared in the hall. Miss Maid's voice sounded at the same time. So, who's going first? Isabel's eyes flickered, but she didn't move. Asak's showed a hint of hesitation, and K-forehead Lily subconsciously clenched her collar. Let me go first. Nan Xiaonan walked out at this time and walked directly into the light door without any hesitation. I don't want to stay here. The City of Freedom is more interesting. Then Madanzo jumped out from the chair and followed Nan Xiaonan into the light door. Asak's gritted his teeth. Did Yulia really go back first? Only Miss Maid's indifferent eyes responded to him. Asak's felt his scalp tingling. He smiled embarrassedly and took a deep breath. He handed Celine to K-forehead Lily and then walked into the light door. When he disappeared into the light door, K-forehead Lily couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, Mr. Asak's poked his head out from the light door. It seems to be true? K-forehead Lily, hurry up and bring Celine with you. And Isabel, too. Al. Okay. The mansion's maid immediately carried Sister Selin and ran toward the door of light. Finally, only Isabel was left in the hall. Don't you want to go back? Miss Maid glanced at her expressionlessly. Isabel narrowed her eyes and chuckled. If you've mastered the way to return, then as long as you're here, you can return at any time, right? It just so happens that there's no one around now. Isabel, Miss Maid said the name abruptly. Isabel's smile widened. Did you call out my name? Miss Maid shook her head. You don't deserve this name. It's the name of the Mother of Saints. No matter how much hope your family has for you, I don't intend to admit it. You'll be called Isha from now on. What? Isabel opened her mouth in shock. A huge suction force instantly sucked Isabel, Isha, into the light door. She didn't even have time to react before she disappeared completely in the hall. They're all good-for-nothings. Miss Maid sighed. Only Asak's has grown up a little, but it's still difficult for him to take on the responsibility. Aren't you too harsh on them? Miss Maid raised her head. The person she cared about the most was in the corridor upstairs. Miss Maid took a step forward and appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor in the next moment. No matter which subworld it is, when I walked out of the village for the first time, I was at most 16 years old. Miss Maid looked indifferent. Boss Luo gently poked between her eyebrows. You're the only girl in Orleans. Miss Maid said directly, Master, if you think they can do it, I can personally teach them for a period of time. That would definitely be an unforgettable memory in their hearts. Boss Luo chuckled and didn't mention this matter again. While pondering, he tapped on the fence lightly with his finger. In the hall of the manor, many ice sculptures appeared instantly. Those were the managers of the 7 capitals of the Holy Light Kingdom and many staff members who were also at the Holy Maiden's ceremony. Even St. John, who temporarily replaced Michael as the Archangel of the Kingdom of Heaven, had 2 identities now. Master, how do you plan to deal with these guys? Miss Maid asked directly. Boss Luo said, Why do you think Morrigan imprisoned them here at that time? Miss Maid thought for a moment and said, It might be related to the god of darkness of the chilly winter world. The entire chilly winter kingdom seems to have been secretly transformed by Morrigan in these years. Tell me about it. Miss Maid said, It should be a rather large magic array, and its main function is to sacrifice. In fact, from the moment Morrigan descended as the Queen of Chilly Winter, She had already begun to plan this matter. She may have planned to sacrifice these managers and St. John directly, so that when the God of darkness resurrects, she can steal the divine power of the God of darkness. Calvin should be Wizard Merlin of the Celtic kingdom. He has done similar things before. These days, I've studied the original copy of the Book of Gaia and found that as long as the Book of Gaia exists, all the power manifestations in the page world can be realized outside. The behemoth of the apocalypse, the god of darkness, Boss Luo shook his head. If these powers appear in the Holy Light Kingdom, it will indeed bring a terrible disaster. In fact, Boss Luo had the obligation to prevent these disasters from happening in the Holy Light Kingdom. After all, the Kingdom of Heaven paid a high rent every term. Not to mention the Kingdom of Heaven, even in the ordinary society of the human world. If a tenant's house broke a light bulb, the tenant had the right to ask the landlord to fix it. This was based on the spirit of the contract. All these years, the Kingdom of Heaven had always been impregnable. Even when the Transcendent Level Organization launched a large-scale invasion, they could only return in defeat. It seemed that the high rent for the Kingdom of Heaven was not worth it just for the purpose of renting. However, once the Kingdom of Heaven encountered an irresistible crisis during the lease period, the high rent would reflect its value. The reason why he directly gave up the Kingdom of Heaven and went to find Primordial alone was naturally because he understood the content of the contract. As long as the Seraphs did not seek death and continued to pay the rent, the Kingdom of Heaven could continue to exist. As for whether the new owner of the shop would take back the Kingdom of Heaven, it was no longer something he could completely control. If Boss Luo was determined to take back the Kingdom of Heaven, it was useless whether he was there or not. If the Boss Luo did not take back the Kingdom of Heaven, it was useless whether he was there or not. On the other hand, for Boss Luo, whether to continue the lease of the Kingdom of Heaven or not, it would not affect the rights and benefits of the contract before the lease of the Kingdom of Heaven expired. Even if the contract was going to expire tomorrow, the Holy Light Kingdom was in chaos today and was about to be destroyed. The shop would still take action based on the spirit of the contract. Moreover, the Kingdom of Heaven was originally a product of the shop. As the original owner, he naturally did not want to see his house destroyed. Let's leave it here for the time being. Boss Luo thought at this moment and said, if we let them out now, then the day of suffering ritual should be stopped. I'm still very interested in the person behind the scenes. Then, what about the lease of the Kingdom of Heaven? Boss Luo thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to Michael and Madanzo alone in the end. We'll decide then. Now, let's not talk about this first. Miss Maid blinked her eyes in confusion. Boss Luo smiled and said, I'll return to the unfinished page world later. Before that, let's make a snowman. Miss Maid opened her mouth, slightly in surprise. Boss Luo held her hand and said, We've never made a snowman before. There are many interesting things that I want to do with you. At sunset, outside the Dawn Manor, the little princess of chilly winter slowly pushed open the iron gate of the manor. But in the end, she did not choose to enter the manor. Behind her, the prince of early spring asked curiously, Don't you plan to go in? The little princess of chilly winter shook her head. Sister seems to have left. The prince in early spring was stunned. He looked into the manor and saw that in the corner of the courtyard there were two snowmen cuddling together, both wearing a red scarf. The setting sun dyed them orange. The prince of early spring smiled and said, I haven't had the time to say goodbye. Let's go back. The little princess of chilly winter suddenly recovered her spirit. Then she held the prince of early spring's hand with a blush and mumbled, The old nanny in the palace said it. I have to sleep with you at night. Tisk! Why is Snow White chased by the vicious queen? Why does she have to faint after eating an apple every time? And why does she have to be kissed by the prince on a white horse every time? This is wrong. When can a woman stand up? But isn't this how storybooks are written? See, this is a storybook, no more. In the small town station park, under the setting sun, a female junior high student who skipped classes today tore apart a storybook in front of a group of primary school monks. The primary school monks were scared to tears, crying to find their mother. The female junior high student proudly put her hands on her waist and raised her nose high. Sigh, she suddenly sighed and sat on the swing next to her out of boredom. In the empty park, she swung again and again until the sky completely darkened. Her brother went on a business trip. On the first day, she felt good. On the second day, she still felt good. On the third day, she felt uncomfortable. He didn't even call back. Could it be that he was abducted by a bad woman? If he still doesn't call back today, I won't forgive him for 1 week. She muttered to herself, if there is spicy fried chicken, I'll forgive you. The girl closed her eyes and then slowly opened her mouth. She made a chewing action with a look of enjoyment. Well, it's okay. I forgive you. Feed me 1 more bite, please. Then, I'll reluctantly let you wash my underwear. Ah, crunch. A crispy bite instantly exploded in her mouth. Then, the fresh spiciness and saltiness exploded on her taste buds like a storm. The female junior high student suddenly opened her eyes. You've grown up. You'd better wash those clothes yourself. Brother. Cough, cough, cough. The girl choked. The spiciness rushed into her respiratory tract, to her head. I'm going to die. They heard it. When did brother come back? Chapter 23:35. For you. What's this? A letter. The girl curiously opened the bag and found that there were a few fresh-looking apples inside. She directly threw the bag on the table and shook her head. I hate eating apples. That's too much. Coming back from a business trip, he only brought back a few apples. Look at him. How could he do such a thing, with such a cute sister? She was so angry that she didn't say a word to Boss Luo during dinner. You didn't go to school these days? Luocio asked patiently. I'm full. She made a face, rushed into the room, and hung up the wooden sign that said, Do not disturb. From the time he left to the time he returned, about 4 days had passed in the small town. The small town was still the same small town, like a sand table that had been fixed long ago. Luocio planned to do an experiment, so he went to the door and knocked. I will have a holiday. Are you interested in going to the beach? For a long time, there was no sound coming from the room. After a while, the door quietly opened a gap. The girl's eyes carefully looked at everything outside. She didn't see her brother. The door was half opened, and the girl muttered, What? He must have no perseverance. Hold on a little longer. Maybe I will come out really. A sweet smell came at this time. The girl's nose moved. The body was always more honest than the mouth. The smell was so sweet that she couldn't help but walk to the kitchen. I just made an apple pie. Do you want to eat it? I hate eating apples. Luocio smiled, wearing special baking gloves, and took out a plate from the oven. The fresh apples came out of the oven. The surface was yellow and crispy, and when cut, it made a sizzling sound. The girl swallowed her saliva disappointingly. I made too much. It will be a waste if we can't finish it. Luocio sighed. By the way, you can send some to Teacher Lily. Last time she came to visit our home, it was too much trouble for her. Just take it as a thank you gift. Without saying a word, the girl grabbed a piece of apple pie and started to eat it. However, the freshly baked pie was too hot, and she immediately stuck out her tongue from the heat. Don't you hate eating apples? Luocio blinked. Humph. Even if I hate it, I won't let other women take advantage of it. That woman is a witch who takes people to school. I won't please her. The girl held the plate and quickly ran back to the room. Before she closed the door, she made a face. Are we really not going to the beach? The girl paused, then shook her head and directly closed the door. Boss Luo looked out of the window thoughtfully. Just now, the space outside the town changed vaguely, and a shadow of the seaside appeared in an instant. But it was only for a moment. Only by stepping out of this town will the world be complete. Luaccio thought. The key was how to make the girl willing to leave the town. It was obviously impossible to take her away directly. Only when the girl had a place she wanted to go, the world outside of the town would be formed. The first night after returning from the business trip passed peacefully. When she got up in the morning and walked out of the room, there was already breakfast on the table. Her brother only left a note, "Enjoy your breakfast," and disappeared. Last night, he said he had a holiday, big liar. I don't know where he went. The girl had no appetite. When she was alone at home, she didn't like to hide in the room, but she liked to occupy the whole sofa and lie down like a useless person. Strange. Why are there no strange TV dramas? She clearly remembered that before her brother went on his business trip, the TV was playing some strange TV dramas all day long. But now, there was only the morning news. She suddenly thought of something. Her brother didn't change his clothes when he came back yesterday, right? She stared at the inconspicuous suitcase in the corner of the living room. It seemed that the suitcase hadn't been opened. The girl blinked and then sneakily glanced at the direction of the door. Then she rolled from the sofa to the carpet like a caterpillar. Then he rolled over to the suitcase. An adult man's suitcase after coming back from a business trip. The girl's eyes suddenly emitted an evil light, and her hands trembled as she touched the suitcase. But her evil hands were blocked by the combination lock. The password is not my birthday. Too much. Obviously, this wasn't a problem for the girl with evil thoughts, so the girl took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and a hammer from the toolbox. After a while, the combination lock couldn't bear the burden and was abandoned. The girl licked her lips. It was time to taste the fruit of victory. She opened the suitcase with blazing eyes, but was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that there was nothing inside, but it was stuffed full, and there wasn't any spare space wasted. The most important thing was that the suitcase was packed too neatly, and there was a smell of laundry detergent on the clothes. Who would wash clothes on a business trip? The girl sighed in disappointment, but she didn't give up. She dug out everything in the suitcase and even took a magnifying glass to examine it carefully. Well, I didn't find those little rubber circles. It seems that he didn't do anything bad. What is this? A somewhat shabby, diary-like thing attracted the girl's attention. It was placed at the bottom of the suitcase, hidden very carefully. My brother doesn't have the habit of keeping a diary, right? The girl frowned, but she was unable to suppress the curiosity in her heart. She took out the diary. She undid the button on the diary and flipped to a page with her heart thumping. The sense of betrayal and nervousness brought about by the peeping caused the girl to involuntarily tremble, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. However, the pages of the diary were all blank. There was no content at all. The girl couldn't help but frown suspiciously and selflessly turn the pages one by one. Finally, she found something on one page. Eternal calendar, bright moon, last day, no rain. My time seems to be running out. Suddenly, I want to go to the seaside. There were only 3 short sentences on this page, and it seemed like it wasn't finished yet. Whether it was the date or the content, there was no beginning or end. The young girl couldn't help but blink, and then her expression changed slightly. She saw that on this page, there were dark red dots that looked like red ink. My brother, did he? Miss Lily had been absent for several days. The most popular foreign language teacher in the school didn't show up for several days, and the results of the foreign language subjects of the whole grade dropped instantly. It couldn't go on like this, so Mr. Qingtian fought his way out of the encirclement, and as the school's representative, he went to visit Miss Lily. Today, Mr. Qingtian dressed himself very neatly and even wore a brand new suit. With flowers in his hand, he went to Miss Lily's apartment. It should be the 7th floor. Mr. Qingtian took a deep breath and walked out of the elevator. But as soon as he walked out of the elevator, he saw a figure. He instinctively hid in the elevator, and after waiting for a while, he hurriedly walked out of the elevator again and came to the door of the apartment where the figure entered. On the address, It was Miss Lily's apartment number. The one who just went in seems to be Xiaoya's brother? What was their relationship? For a moment, Mr. Qingtian felt that the flowers in his hand didn't smell good. His suit didn't seem so neat, and his hair was a little messy. What was their relationship? Even in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, but the apartment was very dark and all the curtains were drawn tightly. Boss Luo found Miss Lily in the corner. When he found her, she even pulled the curtains to cover her body. Boss Luo casually put a fruit basket on the tea table and snapped his fingers, and the curtains in the apartment slowly opened. I heard that Miss Lily is not feeling well, so I came to visit you. It seems that the situation is worse than I thought. Are you okay, teacher? Don't come over. The woman in the corner trembled. Her spirit seemed to have been terribly destroyed, and she had curled up for a long time. Her hair was messy, her eyes were bloodshot, and even her lips were dry and cracked. At this moment, Lilith was still biting her fingernails. Boss Luo said indifferently, "It seems that you haven't walked out of one of the futures. Miss Lily, maybe you're not as strong as you think." Lily trembled again, and her body seemed to shrink a little. She even hugged her head, desperately squeezing to the corner. Boss Luo poured a glass of water, came to her and slowly squatted down. Lily was obviously very scared, but unless she turned into a mouse, there was no space for her to squeeze into the corner. "Come on, drink some water first," Boss Luo said with a smile. Lily's heart trembled. It seemed that she shouldn't resist this man. She instinctively stretched out her trembling hand and took the glass of water, but her arm trembled uncontrollably, and the water in the glass was about to spill out. Lily had to hold the glass with both hands and gulp down the water directly. She couldn't resist this terrible man. Even if this was the most terrible poison in the world, she had to drink it. This was what her instinct told her. Drink, it's... Cough, cough! She was so scared that she couldn't help but cough. The water was poured into her mouth, and now it flowed down her face and also wet her clothes. Boss Luo called for a piece of tissue, folded it twice, and then took the tissue to gently wipe Lily's face and said indifferently, "Morgan has disappeared." Lily, who was supposed to be trembling, heard this and instantly widened her eyes. She was motionless and even held her breath. "I have a rough idea of what you want to do." Boss Luo continued to wipe her face. "Now, I'm only curious about one thing. Where did you get the Book of Gaia?" A flash of fear appeared in Lily's eyes. Her spirit had been greatly tortured by the future, and now she didn't look like a human, but she still felt afraid of something. "Someone gave it to you, right?" Boss Luo said indifferently. Lily didn't say anything, but she avoided Boss Luo's hand even more in fear. Boss Luo didn't care and said slowly, "Teacher Lily, you can rest assured that I have the ability to protect you, as long as you can provide me with some useful information." Lily opened her mouth, subconsciously. "It's not the same. It's not the same," Boss Luo muttered. "Although what you saw was only one of your futures, the damage to you seems to be beyond my expectations. This way, we can't talk properly." Lily raised her head, subconsciously. Every time she closed her eyes, she would see the future where she didn't look like a human, nor a ghost. She was like a walking corpse, imprisoned and raised in captivity, and her body festered with ugliness. Who could accept such a future? "I will temporarily take back this kind of future," Boss Luo said directly in the next moment. How to take it back? She almost blurted out, and she even forgot about her fear. That was only a possibility in the future, and it hadn't appeared yet. But it brought fear because it might appear. Knowing its existence, its effect was on the soul, and this was all on the spiritual level. Take it back? Lily only felt that it was ridiculous. What was more ridiculous was that she couldn't accept that she had fallen into a state of near collapse because of the uncertainty of the future. "Keep the memory temporarily. Take away the fear," Boss Luo said indifferently. "Teacher Lily, Please recover your rationality temporarily. What exactly are you? At this moment, Lily didn't feel any fear in her heart. In the terrifying future, she seemed to be an unrelated stranger. She wouldn't be touched by the miserable future of a stranger. This was a very strange state. She knew this, but she seemed to have become a third party. She didn't seem to be herself. Let's talk about the Book of Gaia. Boss Luo smiled slightly. Lilith was silent for a while before she took a deep breath and said indifferently, "Before that, don't you want me to tidy up a bit? Or do you prefer me to appear like a doll that's about to be broken so that you can show your absolute authority?" Boss Luo smiled indifferently and said slowly, "I heard that Lily was dissatisfied with Adam's authority as a male. So there was a series of stories later. Are you the main character in the story, Teacher Lily?" Lily narrowed her eyes and chuckled. "If you let me be on top, I'll let you feel unprecedented happiness." "Your fear is still here." Boss Luo opened his palm casually. There was a light ball that brought despair, the heart of fear that was just taken away from Lily. Lily quickly took 2 steps back and gritted her teeth. "That's why I hate male authority." End of this chapter. Chapter 2336. Lily, who appeared again, looked much more dignified. Her long hair was still curled with a trace of moisture, mixed with the fragrance of shower gel, which was pleasing to the eye. People's pursuit of beauty usually began with touch. Sight smell. Boss Luo didn't deny that Lily really had a very good appearance. At this time, she didn't look like a free sage. This should be her original appearance, but in fact, she was 60% to 70% similar to Miss Maid. When the genetic evolution of all things to a certain extent, there seemed to be a convergence. It seems that you prefer this type. It's almost perfect. Boss Luo smiled indifferently and didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. It seems that the person who created it spent a lot of effort. Lily chuckled. At this time, she lacked fear in her heart. Naturally, she became fearless, but this was just a temporary nature. Her heart of fear was still in the hands of the other party. This made her extremely cautious. In this case, even if she lacked the heart of fear, she was not really fearless. Thinking of this, Lily wiped her hair while her whole body was filled with a sense of laziness. The past few days were really terrible for her. She didn't even know how she got through it. She silently observed the person in front of her. He was Lilia's brother in this core-page world. Basically, the male protagonists in the Book of Gaia, in most cases, appeared as the female protagonist's brother. The Book of Gaia was the diary of his younger sister, and the older brother in the diary was the one in front of him. Most likely, he was the original older brother, and not a copy derived from the Book of Gaia. During the shower time, Lily had already considered a lot of things, including how to continue the conversation with the other party at this time. The key was, if the other party didn't intend to kill her but intended to cooperate, what could she gain from this cooperation? He was obviously not interested in her beauty. Lily only felt pity about this, but she didn't feel despair. It wasn't that there weren't people who were indifferent to beauty, but very few. Obviously, she was unlucky to encounter this very few. Ask me what you want to know. Lily intended to use the simplest and most direct way. I will tell you everything I know. But before that, you have to let me know what benefits this will bring to me. For the strong, the most direct was often the best, the core of direct benefits. How about immortality? Boss Luo smiled and said. Lily instinctively frowned. To her, this kind of promise was really perfunctory or even just a casual remark. Immortality? Lily laughed coquettishly. If I become a stone and exist eternally, I'm afraid I won't break. This is too general. With your current identity, you are immortal. Boss Luo added a condition directly. Lilith couldn't help but be slightly moved. Her eyes revealed a strange color as she chuckled. You look like a swindler right now. Boss Luo took a sip of water and said calmly, Do you know Asmin? Asmin? Lily frowned. She didn't feel uncomfortable with the change of topic. She muttered, "You're talking about the heir of the clothing store with a long history in Free City, right? How much do you know about her?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Lily said, "I don't know her. I only know about her because of the Sage of Freedom. The higher-ups of the Heavenly State want me to replace the Sage of Freedom who was handed over. Then, I have to do a lot of homework." The Sage of Freedom once knew Asmon's ancestors, and it was also written in the information. Then, why are you asking about this person? I saw her in the Dongermi village in the painting, so I'm curious, Boss Luo said after thinking for a while. You're talking about the landscape painting in the Rose Mansion, right? Lily nodded. I know about this, but I couldn't interfere. I'm not too sure about the specifics of the whole thing. I only know that the Archangel is behind this, but I can roughly guess what it wants to do. Because you guessed it, you plan to break away from the control of the Palace of Blazing Heaven, right? Lily said calmly, Actually, my sage status is real. I once thought about letting myself continue with this identity. Are the blazing angels of the Palace of Blazing Heaven controlling me? Actually, it's a two-way street. Only I can do this. So, while they control me, they will also be restrained by me. They even have to satisfy some of my requests that are not too excessive. As long as I think about how even the angels of the Palace of Blazing Heaven in the Heavenly State have to be wary of a puppet like me, I feel really good. Boss Luo looked at her as if he was listening attentively. Lily's eyes suddenly dimmed. She said in a low voice, What I can't stand is that they really treat me as a free sage. They only have Saint Joan in their eyes. They have completely forgotten my name. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, Do you know about the holy water? You're talking about Balaam, right? Lily chuckled. Balaam is actually a very ambitious person. The City of Dawn doesn't have a sage. It's under the supervision of all the sages. However, there are occasional conflicts between the sages. So, the City of Dawn can be said to have the strictest supervision. But at the same time, the supervision is also the most chaotic. For a long time, the City of Dawn's faith status was very bad until Balaam appeared and became the president with a large number of votes. In a short time, the City of Dawn's faith status returned to the top of the 7 capitals. He used the effect of the holy water. Boss Luo nodded. Lily said, Yes, he relied on the holy water. It seems that you already know a lot. But do you know the origin of the holy water? Boss Luo thought for a while and said, I heard that it was researched by a great scholar who was expelled from the City of Freedom. That Master Marianne is also the awakened Morrigan of the Outer God. I was the one who expelled Marianne. Lily chuckled. As a heretic. But at that time, Morrigan hadn't awakened, and there was no problem with her faith. I was only interested in the holy water that she created. Later, I expelled her to the sinful land in the name of a Duan. On one hand, I hoped that she would continue to research the holy water. On the other hand, I wanted to prevent her from being exposed to the destiny system. In fact, there were many problems with the destiny system a long time ago, causing many believers of the Holy Light Kingdom to be unable to pray. The Seraphs could only temporarily place this batch of believers in the sinful land. This gave me a very good place. Boss Luo said, What about great scholar Calvin? I know that he once traveled with Asakes and Ludic to follow in Marianne's footsteps. Lilith said Marianne only awoke as an outer god after arriving at the sinful land. It was also beyond my expectations. Fortunately, it was in a place like the sinful land. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to cover it up. At the same time, Calvin also awakened as an outer god. Both Morrigan and Merlin came from the Celtic deities and were thrown into the Holy Light Kingdom at the same time. Therefore, I suspect that the awakening of Morrigan also triggered the awakening of Merlin. The appearance of 2 outer gods in succession was already beyond my expectations, but it seems to be a good opportunity for me. You want to take revenge on the Blazing Palace? I just want to prove that I can take care of the Free City better than a true Saint of Freedom. When I want to destroy it, I'm more thorough than anyone else." A hint of madness flashed in Lily's eyes as she sneered. "They treat me as a plaything. Why can't I treat them as playthings too?" "Tell me what happened next," Boss Luo said indifferently. Lily said, "I asked Calvin to travel and meet up with Marianne. However, although the Blazing Palace has never had a good solution for the people in the sinful land, it has not always ignored them. Marianne's awakening still left traces. So I learned of Marianne's death, and then asked Calvin to take 2 students and find her in the snow, as well as the child in her arms. That child is Kay Air Lily? That child is Marianne. The one who died is just an ordinary woman in the sinful land." Kay Air Lily said indifferently, "For me, who has the status of a saint, it is not difficult to make a person of the holy light return to the state of a baby. What's more, there are more and more loopholes in the destiny system, so things are easier." Boss Luo shook his head and said, "But in fact, Kerrigan later appeared as Hua Ing. She is the niece of the city, lord of the free city, Durant. After Kerrigan woke up, her power recovered too quickly. Even with my cover-up, she could not escape the self-detection function of the destiny system." Lily chuckled and said, "So I made a decision to divide Kerrigan and put half of her soul power and all of her memories into Huaing. The other half will continue to grow as Kay Air Lily. This should be a means to suppress Kerrigan," Boss Luo nodded. "But why did you let Calvin participate in this matter?" "Calvin is Merlin, and he is also from the Celtic pantheon. But although he is from the same place, he is not on the same side as Kerrigan. I need Calvin to be loyal to me for the time being. So, giving Kay Air Lily to him is a good reward." Boss Luo shook his head. "Ms. Kerrigan is really a little pitiful, living in an environment full of calculations. She is the only one who is honestly seeking revenge." Lily said calmly, "During the Holy Maiden ceremony, Calvin secretly let Kay Air Lily into the venue and brought her into the Book of Gaia. This was not my idea, but I have a rough idea of what he wants to do. He should be planning to take back Kerrigan's power through Kay Air Lily in the Page World. But he does not need Kerrigan's memories. This way, he can inherit the power of the Celtic pantheon. This old man has a lot of ideas, and his ambition is not small. So, if I am not wrong, you have met him, right?" Boss Luo avoided the question. "You have not told me the connection between Mr. Balaam and the holy water." Lily said, "Balaam is a monster created by Marianne in the land of sin. He is the source of the new generation of holy water. Through him, Dawn City should be in my hands." "It is not just Dawn City." Boss Luo said, "Through Balaam, the new generation of holy water has flowed into the other 7 capitals. You have influenced the entire Holy Light Kingdom. Do you think these believers who have been thrown into the Holy Light Kingdom are really happy?" Lily sneered. "These believers have been brought from different worlds and completely transformed. The original sin in their hearts has been stripped away. However, there is no way to change their thoughts. For countless years, generation after generation, they will always feel suppressed, and the original impulse of humanity will always appear. Prayer suppresses these people's primitive desires time and time again, but it only makes these primitive desires continue to accumulate. In the end, their thoughts can't bear the burning of the flames of desire. I'm just providing these poor lambs with a way to release the desires in their hearts, similar to the underground casino that Norsta opened privately." Boss Luo asked suddenly. Lilith chuckled. "You know more than I thought. That's right. I'm the one who controls Norsta's casino. However, this is only a small part of it. There are similar places in the 7 capitals. This is an extremely large spider web that covers the entire Holy Light Kingdom, especially the few developed entertainment businesses in Dawn City." Boss Luo narrowed his eyes. "You even control a group of Holy Maiden." Lily seemed to have noticed the change in Boss Luo's gaze. "Only the free cities have the Holy Maiden ceremony. The Holy Maiden is the representative of the free saints in the Holy Light Kingdom. This is an extremely dazzling halo. Do you know how tempting the girls with such a halo are in the eyes of the people in the 7 capitals who have suppressed their desires? They won't really touch the free saints, but it is possible for them to be the representative of the free saints. Boss Luo heaved a sigh of relief and said calmly, "So you are almost ready." Lily nodded. Actually, I wasn't ready yet. However, the Archangel suddenly descended and started to investigate the faith accounts in the 7 capitals. It started to suspect me, so I could only take action until I activated the Book of Gaia at the Holy Maiden ceremony. Everything was under my control. Until now, you still intend to avoid the problem of the Book of Gaia, Madam Lily? Boss Luo couldn't help but sigh. Lily chuckled. I have said so much, but you still haven't told me exactly what I can get. Luaccio said faintly, "It seems, Madam Lily, you are really not interested in being immortal." Lily looked at him seductively and said, "Don't use such childish words to coax me. You are not interested in my body. Let's talk about something more practical." "What do you want?" Boss Luo asked calmly. "I want to become a saint," Lily said calmly. "A true saint. Saint Lily." End of chapter.